Hello, I'm back to play my last island in my halfway there challenge. Last time we left off, I had just finished on this ley line. Got pretty close to getting that last boon, but not quite. We're going into our last island with 27 sealed boons. And in my boon pack, I think I have roughly like 13 of these guys left, maybe 14, which doesn't bode too well for me of getting all the duplicates that I want. However, I do want to get Add Cliff House before I get Replace. I want to get one Add Cliff House and one Replace before anything else. And so I don't think I take Add Terrace here to like progress myself slightly through the pack. I think I want to guarantee Add Cliff House without any kind of rerolls and guarantee that this pops up, well, what is the reason for me to keep looking at Add Cliff House here? Because if my first boon comes up, I can just reroll until I find Add Cliff House, because that's my plan anyways, is to reroll down through this pack. Yeah, okay. I guess that doesn't make sense for me to, keep looking at Add Cliff House here, because I've got the rerolls to support this. So let's take the terrace and just continue on with our day. All right. This is... it's a bit... How do I put this? My heart is in my throat, you know? I don't know what to expect out of this last island, and it's interesting, but I'm very worried that I'm going to mispilot it somehow and not get the outcome that I want, or that I feel I deserve from putting in this much work into the run. I guess the next step for me is just to move on to the next island, because there's no more boon left to take. There's nothing left for me to get for boons on this island. And now I get to do the thing that's like basically save scumming. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to re-roll down to find if there is an aurora that I like in a small amount of re-rolls. I need aurora because I'm opening up a bunch of sealed boons, and those sealed boons give me an extra 10 points on aurora, and I need as many points before I start scoring as possible. The reason why I need early points is to be able to get more boon selections. The boon selections matter because I need to find as many Add Cliff Houses and Replaces before I do anything on the map. The problem is I also need to find a mountain shrine, because that's going to be scaling off of all of the Verdures that I want to spawn, and I don't know if I'm going to, I don't think that I'm going to get so lucky as to find the map modifier and the building at the same time. If I use all 12 of my rerolls here, I Alt F4 and I come back, it just shows me this screen again. And so then I have the information of going and actually using all of those rerolls without actually having spent any of them. So then I get to choose where along, the reroll track that I want to stop. So we just start pressing them. Neither of these options look good to me. Mountain Shrine would have been really nice. Tundra, nope, we cannot do that because we need to spawn a bunch of trees, and this is not going to be it. And it's Stellar, not Aurora, so we just have to give up the Mountain Shrine, which sucks. We also have to give up the Guild Hall, so I can't even level up Invert to get a bunch of points. We're seeing extra rerolls here, but that doesn't matter. We are just looking for Aurora. Still don't find it. Still don't find it. There's Sacred Rocks, but no Aurora. Sacred Rocks, but no Aurora. There's Sacred Rocks, but no Aurora. Is it... I'm actually not going to get it? Is it just, not possible by Island 9? That's interesting. I would have sworn that you would have been able to have gotten Aurora beforehand. At least with that information, what we can do is we can go back and we can re-roll all over again. I'll be back in a second because the window's going to have to close. All right, so we're back. Oh, it starts you from, I guess the... Okay, so I guess the game saves at the previous island, so you have to also make this selection again, which I guess is inconsequential. Okay. I don't know how many times I feel comfortable re-rolling, because, I mean, there's not a good option for me here. I'd like to take either the Guild Hall or the Mountain Shrine to be able to score as many points as possible. I could take a Stellar instead, because if it adds 2 boons to the score meter, that means that I'm going to be able to pick them up earlier, and that I get a few more choices. Aurora does equate to less points overall, but maybe the boons make up for that. loss. I still don't think that adding 2 extra boons to the island score meter gives me the boons as early as I'd like them to, so that is a problem. And like, okay, do I just go for the meme and I just spawn as many fish as I can? Just like make the biggest harbor and then I let my next run go crazy? I can always Alt F4 again. I'm gonna see what the other options is, but that might be what I do. This might just be a meme run instead. We've got desert and luminescent. Neither of them I want to take. The only ones that I'm considering are a tropical area. So we've got a tropical on 9 rerolls. That's an option. I definitely don't want to do a lava area. Fantasy is the same as desert, so that doesn't matter. Lava, tundra, both of these are bad. Too big of trees. We're still just looking for a tropical area, and we're not seeing any tropical until we get down to 4 rerolls left, and Ad Terrace is not a boon that I would take over, what is it, the adaptable. It's not worth the 5 rerolls. And there is no tropical until we get down to here. We do get an extra Ad Cliff House if we get all the way down here, but that's using 8 rerolls to pick up 1 extra Ad Cliff House. I do not think that's worth it. We will get 1 set of rerolls from our sealed boons. I guess it could be that, like, this guarantees that we get 1 of our Ad Cliff Houses. Hold on. Now I actually have to, like, do some mental math or, like, think out loud to figure out if this one is a better option than if I take a tropical with 9 rerolls. If I take a tropical with 9 rerolls, I have 8 of them to use to be able to pick up more Ad Cliff Houses. But because I had the problem of not being able to score enough, because I had the problem of not being able to score enough. No. Oh my god. Okay. The amount of rerolls that I need to use for this strategy to work. If I'm just going to go for 102 Verdures, which was like, what is it? I did some napkin math to figure out how many Verdures I could get if, like, I get 3 of every sealed boon, and it's 102. If I want to go for 102 Verdures, the best option for me is to take this one, but if I want to have enough rerolls to be able to choose sauna on top of what is it, getting the Verdures, so like I split my draw half Verdures, half saunas, so that I have a bunch of trees to spawn and then a bunch of buildings to, like, score points off of the trees, then I need to hold on to an extra 6 rerolls. This does not do that for me because I would need to bink because I'm using 4 rerolls to be able to pick up, I'm using hopefully no rerolls to pick up Verdure. I'm using 4 rerolls after that to pick up Cliff Houses, and then I need some rerolls to help me search through the packs for the proper boons, and then I need another 6 rerolls by the end of it for, picking up the sauna. Just like that. Picking up the sauna is more point scoring. Verdures only is more memey. If I'm going for more point scoring, if I'm doing like the optimal play, one could say, I need as many rerolls in my back pocket as possible. So even if I get one of the boons that I want, I just don't have enough rerolls to make the other part of the build work. I would like to, instead of memeing with the Verdure fishes that I was talking about before, of like just spamming a bunch of fish on tundra, I would rather do the tropical that I saw with 9 rerolls because I want to know how the draw gets messed up. We'll see what happens when we get to it. It's a bit too much to explain. I still don't even understand. Excuse me. I still don't even understand it, so I'm not gonna like preach to you as if like I can properly explain it. We're gonna Alt F4. We're gonna come back. We're gonna go down to 9 rerolls. All right, let's go next. Well, go the same, I guess. Go back. Go back. Okay. We didn't like either of these options because they're not tropical. We didn't like either of these options, although it's really hard to pass up on the mountain shrine. We didn't like either of these options. Getting an extra set of rerolls could be powerful, but I still want to see what 50 Verdures on a tropical area looks like. I think that's enough memeing, you know? If everything goes according to plan. Nothing to it but to do it. Because, like, every click that I make at this point matters. Oh, and this is such a terrible island for it! Where's all the green? Ah. Well, Well, I guess I'll figure it out as I go. We're gonna hope that we see Verdure in this building pack. We do. That's incredible. That's very good for us. All right, you guys ready for this? Because I sure as hell am. It's been a long time since I've done this. And there's everything. Okay. Oddly enough, we got adaptable at the very end. The pattern recognition part of my brain is saying that, oh, you got adaptable from, what is it? The place that you went to. How is it at the end of the pack? They have to be related somehow. That definitely isn't it. Now, each of these 7 sealed boons is going to be duplicate. We're looking for Cliff House. We're looking for Verdure. We're looking for Reroll. Oh, and Replace, sorry. Cliff House, Replace, add Verdure. Probably, okay, so we're looking for Replace as like our highest priority. This is like we're pogging out of our mind. We're pogging out of our gourd if we're seeing this. We're pogging out of our mind if we see Cliff House. We're pogging if we see Verdure, and we're like, yeah, that's a good hit if we're seeing Reroll. Not another adaptable vet. I don't need 9 of these. There's not. What if I play a Verdure on the water that's adaptable? Is it gonna give me trees on the water? We go again. A shrink building? You've got to give me the worst ones. You've got to give me the worst ones. That's one of the hits. That's one of the hits. Okay, we're coming around. We're coming around. It's good. It's good because I need the statue to be able to score enough points to be able to get to this round without like playing too many buildings. But come on, I want to see the replace so badly. Duplicate? That's another good one because then we can get some more statues again for more point scoring to be able to get to that first boon pip. No, not as sustainable. Come on. Okay. Good hits, a level up, a score malt, a bargain or a duplicate. I guess not a bargain because a bargain would be better for later, but not for right now. Another set of rerolls could be good. We're just really hoping for the replace, man. No! No! Okay. Now I need to find 2 replaces, which means that I need to get 2 boons before doing anything, and that's like impossible. So now the strategy is just dead on arrival. I guess I'll pop all of the boons that I have to be able to like reduce this boon bar a bunch. We've got cliff houses. We take cliff houses again. Let's add those wall platforms. There's a terrace that we can add. We're not going to add the statues yet because that'll be our duplicate target. We could duplicate some of the cliff houses that go like into the system, but again, I need to score a bunch of points beforehand. We can add our extra rerolls here. We can add our verdures. We can... what else? Nothing, it looks like. We could level up, but I'm going to use that level up when it serves us better. Because I also have 2 statues that I'm going to duplicate. I can level up inversion on all of the statues being in range of each other and maybe get an extra 300 points that way. So I think there is a possibility of me getting up here without playing many of my verdures. I think I would feel more comfortable playing one of my verdures here and then blossoming. I think I do only have 1 blossom. I'll find another blossom through going through this, what is it? My regular boon draws later. I don't need to worry about like saving a blossom for my trees later. And like, that doesn't matter because I'm gonna be playing saunas predominantly to score anyways. Hermitages just take up too much space. You can't play them on stone. I mean, if my wall platforms were green, I could consider it. I am gonna have an extra terrace compared to normal and they can be played on top of them, but like, okay, the second wall platform is green. Hermitages, a possibility, but there's no way that I have space enough for like 30 of them, so I'm not gonna do it. I have space enough for 30 saunas for sure. I do see that this area has a lot more trees to begin with. That means that we can fill up this area with trees as we see fit. I don't know if it serves saunas better or worse, but I'm not really going to consider that. Okay, we'll add our statues. We will duplicate them. because I'm gonna need all the point scoring that I can get for the time being without using any of my bargains. We duplicate, because if I use a bargain, then that means that I am not able to choose exactly what I want out of the building packs or out of the boon packs, and that's the entire reason that I'm holding on to all of these rerolls for right now. So I feel comfortable playing one verdure for as many trees as I can. I don't really care about too many minuses. And then we blossom in this area, and then we statue down just like around here to hopefully get 1 in range of all of the trees, 2 in range of all of the trees, a neighborly 3rd eventually, and then we put 1 statue in the middle of all of them that gets negative points because it hits so many of its other statues that level, like, we can level up invert. Sadly, only once if we go to our boons, but we have to take those. We can score mult it too. We can score mult one of the statues that goes down. Okay, I'm feeling very confident about getting to the second pip. I just there's a lot of like ordering mistakes that I could make. Let's reduce the amount of ordering mistakes that I can make by guaranteeing that I have cliff houses to ping pong between, which means that I need to go to my building pack and reroll to find cliff houses. 3, and it should take 4 here. 5 maybe? Takes 5. Okay. I don't think we have many rerolls to spare when we're looking for the specific boons that we want then, so we might not be able to pick up the saunas. This could just be a... How do I put this? Like, it could be either training for the next round, or it could just be that I do need to get lucky to make this strategy work. And it's probably just that I need to get lucky to make the strategy work. Starting with 18 cliff houses, and we're not going to find any more because we only had 2 packs, not 3. And when we drew 2 verdures. Hold on, I'm just like trying to reason about how many buildings I've gotten so far. This is 18, which is going to transfer into 30, which is 35 verdures, roughly. It'll be like, not 35, it'll be 34 verdures that then goes back into being around 50 cliff houses, which if we find a 3rd replace, which with how many rerolls we have, we only have 2, I'm only able to ping pong from cliff houses into verdures back into cliff houses. I'm going to use all of my rerolls to be able to find the replaces that I need, and then I just have to deal with not having buildings to work off of the verdures, because I do want to ping pong back and forth until I get 100 verdures, just so that I know if I do hit the proper amount of replaces and cliff houses in the future, that I am going to... How do I say this? Sorry, I lost my train of thought. If I do this run again in the future, I want to see what the, like, how messed up the draw gets. Well, okay, let me start playing some buildings so you can see what, like, messed up draw even looks like in the first place, because I guess I've never shown that. This has all but 1 tree being placed, and that tree is pretty far down. I do not think we're getting it. Oh, we are. Okay. Come on. Yeah, that definitely isn't going to fit. There's a way that I can get this tree in. I guess zooming in might help. I think during the zoom in I saw... Yeah, there's 15. Okay. So now with the extra trees going down, the blossom is going to be worth more points. $80 is the max. I can undo this if necessary. I can't undo that verdure. If I think that this statue isn't scoring enough points, I could play 1 more verdure down in this area or down below. No, it'd have to be in this area because that's close enough to the blossom. So let's see what a statue's worth. It's worth 93. With how much of the, what is it, like, score meter that is, I'd probably have to do how many of this? It's probably like, how many points have I scored so far? I could map this out. I'm not inclined to. Okay, so we played 100, around an 80-point blossom. We played a 15-point verdure, so it's 100 points plus all of the sealed boons that we opened, which is 27 times 15. Let me open up a calculator real quick for that. 27 times 15 is 405, plus 100 is equal to 505. So we scored roughly 500 points to be able to get to this boon right here. We're going to have to score roughly 500 points to get here. With the 4 statues, each worth 93. One of them score malted to be worth a little bit more. So like, let's round all of the statues out to being worth 100, except for the last one that goes down, which is going to be played on all of the statues negatively. 1 statue, 2, 3, 4, and then our 5th one that we played, that we are going to play, is going to hit this statue minus another 60 points here, minus another 120 points over here for this would be roughly minus 160. Which then means that if we get it like to be close enough to a level up, that's an extra 160 points on a level up. By that point, we'll probably be at 100 point score loops. So we're getting 260 out of our last statue. So we're earning like 650 points out of this. Oh, and we get to... Did I already count playing the last statue? It's 400 points from playing all of the statues. One of them is going to be score malted. Yeah, so 400 points here plus the 260 that I said from the level up, which equals 660 points. So I don't think there's a way that I can earn enough points currently to be able to get me to this pip as well, because I'd have to get an extra like 350 points on top of that, and out of the boons that I currently have, I don't see a way to do so. Yeah, because we're using level up, we can't use our replaces, we're already using our neighborlies, we're using our score multipliers. I could attach a wisp. It's not going to get deleted. I guess attaching a wisp is going to add slightly more. Maybe it matters, probably doesn't, but we'll do it anyways. Yeah, and the next building pack that we have is 8 rerolls to be able to find a sauna eventually. Also, hold on. I'm seeing a fisher and a city pack? Excuse me? Where are my seaweed farms and my brewing pack or anything else? I feel like when I reroll, I'm going to start seeing them. But again, I'm going to be saving these rerolls to hopefully find 2 replaces out of these 2 boons. We're going to have to get really lucky to be able to find that. But right, there was... Okay, so if I find an extra add cliff house, that ups this to 24, but I still can't ping pong, these buildings back and forth enough to be able to, get 100 verdures. I would get like 60 cliff houses if I only have 2 replaces. Yeah, I guess both of these boons need to be replaced as I pass anything else, even if they're rerolls or the like. Okay, let's start. We go with a score multiplier on the first guy that goes down for a solid 150 points. We'll play this far enough back so that these statues here don't interact with it at all. And then this one that gets played here is going to be played with the neighborly. But before that, I want to look at this boon. I want to see what it is. We don't care about either of these. One of them... Okay. Maybe another statue helps, because it's going to add an extra minus 60 points on the level up, and it's going to be maybe at least another 40 points. So this is at least 100 points, but that still isn't enough to get us to this pip. There's no way. I'm not going to take it. We're going to reroll past it. Man, it's so hard seeing the good boons and just saying, no, we're not going to do that. We're not about that life. No, guys, show me replace, please. Show me replace. There it is. Okay. Hold on, increase area. I think I took this last time. Like this was part of last pack. Oh my god, did I take replace for this pack? Or, sorry, not this pack, but like the previous pack. Am I not able to see replace for another 20 boons? Somebody maybe would have counted. I don't think anybody else would have been keeping track of this, same as me, but... Only 2? Okay. Time to continue to be able to get the next boon. So we place 1 statue, I think, here to help us line up where this guy's going to have to go to not be in range of the other 2 statues. This guy is only worth 70 if I do that. I think I might just want to keep them congested together, even if one of them is worth an 60 less points. Okay, and we're going to get it as close to that statue as possible. And then we're going to play this guy here. This guy can't be score malted because we need to save this score malt for the negative statue. Oh, the negative statue is going to earn some more points. Okay, that's something that I forgot to consider. And then this, I think this is one of our neighborlies, actually. Yeah, because we have 2 statues left. This one, and then the one that we play afterwards. Yeah, okay, so this guy gets to be neighborly, and then we get to play a 3rd statue right here for a 3rd statue. 3 statues side by side. Okay. With all of that, we now... I think that overscores, right? By how much? 13 points? That's fine. If I didn't attach the wisp, I would have been at 3 points here, so it would have been better, but like doing that kind of math to be able to figure out that we're only at, like, that we would have gotten to 3 points by here, that's not something I'm doing. Not on this run. Not when it's already, like, failed. Sorry, I'm just, like, I'm going through it. There's too many things that I need to keep straight to make sure that I don't mess any of this up. We just need this to be played, yeah, as far to the outside while still tagging that high statue. 243, 244. $259, maybe a bit more. Nope, 259 is where it's at. Okay. So the score malted negative statue, so that we can then press our level up boon to be able to get 341 points. And then we go back and we undo that statue. And now we have already gotten the next boon, but we definitely wouldn't have gotten enough points to make it to this guy, even with an extra statue. Now we just hope that we find replace in here. All right, reroll. Do I gamble? Do I gamble on, what is it? This is like a 1 in, because I've drawn 7 of the boons so far. What are my chances here? If I pick this sealed boon, my chances of getting a replace are like, what is that? 1 out of 10? It's like a 10% chance, right? How does this work? It's 1 out of 12, so that is like less than a 10% chance. I've already moved through some of this pack. I'm just going to assume that replace is in this pack, that it's not like, that it hasn't been taken out, that the selection that I've already made isn't part of these 20 boons, which means that I've gone through 1 from selecting it at the very least, 2 from re-rolling, then, I don't know. I think the sealed boon is my best way out, but I'm going to re-roll down just to see. Level up in Precious. No way. No way. Oh my god. Oh, okay, we got saved. We got saved. That's so massive. Okay. With the 3 replaces, there's nothing left for me to do currently unless I can get to this next island. Get to this next boon. Sorry, I'm reading the text here. If I can get to this next boon, there is a very, very, very small chance that I can get, I'm not thinking of... No, because I don't want to play on the slight chance that I get Add Cliff House again. I might have already re-rolled past it too. Because if I start my chain with more cliff houses, then I get more buildings out the other end. I guess I'll just have to start the chain at 18 cliff houses and see what 40 Verdures looks like. So now we get to do the ping-ponging, which is going to turn our 18 cliff houses into 27 buildings at random. Well, what's the only other building that I've selected so far? Verdures. So we replace into... That's a lot of Verdures. All right, we've got 31 here. Now, keep your eye on this number. There is some trickery that can go on with this. 31 is supposed to be giving us 47 buildings at random. So when you replace, you can't get the building that you are actually replacing. So like if I'm getting rid of cliff houses don't show up. If I'm getting rid of verdures don't show up. When I click this button, I should get 47 buildings at random. The only other building that it can turn into is cliff houses. So we get 47 cliff houses here. I think because we're multiplying like the number of verdures the game is still tracking as a decimal number, it hasn't updated it to its whole number equivalent as well. This number here might be slightly less because of it. Like we might get 46 buildings instead of 47. So with these 47 buildings, I could choose to split my buildings between a bunch of verdures and a bunch of fissures, as in when because I don't have any rerolls, I can't choose anything else. But when I use this replace, I'm going to get 71 buildings at random. So we could have 71 verdures, or we could have like, I don't know if the draw is going to be messed up at all or anything, but we could maybe choose fissure. And because there's 7 fissures in a pack and 6 verdures, we could end up with like around 40 fissures and around 30 verdures. Do I think that is worth it? No. Definitely not. You would want to play verdures for trees, and then trees get to score off of lumberjacks, mountain shrines, and saunas. And also parks, but those are like the main ones. So we should just get 71 verdures and see what that looks like. Now we'll see if this has any trickery going on. The 47 whole number cliff houses could have been stored as like a decimal number in the background, so the 1.5 might give us slightly less. We only noticed that, when I say we, I mean one of the other players in the Islanders Discord. We did a run where we got like 1,500, 1,600 wheat fields or something like that, and a bunch of plateaus to play them on. And when we were doing these duplications, it wasn't giving us the proper number. It was like cheating us out of some of these buildings. But that only happened when we got into the hundreds. So it might be something else weird going on in the back end. Regardless, that's a lot of verdures. Let's see what we can do with them. I don't know what to do with this situation. I don't know. I'm going to start opening up my building packs, and I'm going to see if things look screwy at all. I'm going to refrain from taking city pack for as long as I can, because I want to keep as few buildings in the draw pool as possible to see what I'm like actually drawing. So if we take a fissure, we get 2 fissures and 4 cliff houses. That means that there's not like an abnormal amount of cliff houses in our draw pool if we're drawing a second fissure, or we got really lucky and we banked 1 fissure. We'll see with the seaweed farm. If we get multiple of these buildings, then I don't think anything weird has gone on with our draw pool. We get another fissure, but only 1 of each of these. Slightly suspicious, but not too much. We'll keep going. Brewing pack. We get 1 of each of these buildings and a cliff house. So again, suspicious, but not overtly so. Okay, yeah, no, that is very suspicious. So we're really only drawing cliff houses. I think we got really lucky with hitting some extra fissures. Yeah, so there's 18. There's 22. If we go over 45 cliff houses here, then it means that there's extra cliff houses in the pool. And with the rate at which we're drawing cliff houses compared to other buildings, I would say that is the case. Yeah. Yeah. It looks like we're playing 71 Verdures and 37 cliff houses. Sorry, 42 cliff houses, and that number's only going to grow from here. If I take City Pack, we could draw some extra houses and mansions, but that's not really going to matter. Oh, that means that we only have 1 sauna to benefit off of all of the trees. Man! Okay, so what I'm assuming happening, like, to be able to explain this, I've, again, made a post in the Discord about this. If you take a building, you get, a certain amount added to a pool that is, like, invisible in the background. When you take Verdure, that number of buildings that gets added to your pool is 6 Verdures. When you take Fissures, that's like 7 or 9 Fissures. I can't exactly remember the number. Cliff Houses is around 40 to 45. Seaweed Farms and Fields, when you take the Seaweed Farming pack, it gives you both of these buildings, 5 Seaweed Farms, 25 Seaweed Fields. When you take breweries, the brewing pack, you get 3 breweries and 10 hop fields. So on and so on. All the different, buildings have different numbers in the background to give you. So when I only have verdures and cliff houses to be able to give, There are 45 cliff houses in a pack. There are 6 verdures in a pack. When I turn all of my cliff houses into verdures, it tries giving me a bunch of verdures. It gives me up until that limit of like 6. I think I had 5 when I first started replacing, so it gives me 1 building. It then sees that, oh, there's no more verdures left. Let's add 1 of every pack that we currently have to the drop pool. So that means that we're going to add another 6 verdures to the drop pool, and we're going to add 45 cliff houses to the drop pool. It then gives me another 6 verdures, and I think the first replace is like 21. So it adds to the drop pool, what's that, 3 times overall? Somewhere near those numbers. So with 3 added to the draw pool, we have 24 possible verdures to be able to draw, which we did like get, I think it was 21, so somewhere near that number. And then cliff houses is 4 times whatever amount they have added to the draw pool, which is between 40 and 45. For easier math, let's do 40. So that means that there's 160 cliff houses secretly waiting, ready to be drawn. So then when I turn verdures back into cliff houses, it gives me, what was that number? Like around 40, 50, 45. So it gives me 45 cliff houses. That, what is it? It doesn't have too little in the pool, so it doesn't have to add any more verdures to the draw pool. So then when I ping pong back from the 43 cliff houses into verdures again, it's going to see that, oh, hey, you have... Now, this is a hang up that like I don't know about. I don't know if it says, hey, you've got nothing left in the draw pool, or if it realizes that, hey, you discarded 24 verdures. We should be drawing you to get you back those 24 verdures. From what I can tell from how I've used replace, if I have like 30 mansions and I use replace, I don't draw an abnormal amount of mansions to get back up to that like 30 or like high building count. I'm only going to draw that like last 10 or so. I guess using the examples that I've already given, let's say that I have, 30 cliff houses already drawn. I replace them, and that discards 30 from my hand. I'm not going to draw to be able to get up to, like, its draw pool of 40. I'm only going to draw the last 10 that are left in that pool, or have the chance to draw that last 10, right? That means... the verdures that I'm discarding are just going away. They're poofing into nothingness. So when I make another 70 of these, that means that I'm going to have to add another, 12? 72 divided by 6. I'm going to have to add 12 more of all of my buildings that I have so far to the pool, which means that my cliff houses are now no longer at 4. Well, they're getting discarded, so like it... Sorry, there was 160 cliff houses that used to be in the draw pool, and we drew like 40 of them. So there's still 120 left in that draw pool. That's, just that I can work with the numbers easier. That's 3 total, like, I guess, 3 saturated draw pools left of cliff houses. And then when we transfer those cliff houses into verdure, it adds another 12 saturated cliff house, like, packs to the invisible draw pool. That means that we have 15 total like invisible cliff houses in the draw pool, or 15 packs of invisible cliff houses in the draw pool, which would, we multiply by 40 to get, what's that number, 600. So there's currently 600 cliff houses that I have to choose from, 7 fishers, 5 seaweed farms, 25 seaweed fields. Because this number is so massive, this 600, when it looks to randomly pick a building, it'll go through, it just sees all of them side by side, and it picks one at random. So if you see 600 cliff houses in a row, and you're picking one at random out of 600 of an option, and these are like, they maybe equate to like 100 total other buildings, you're going to be picking cliff houses almost every single time, right? That's why we have 52 here, and why we have like nothing of all the other buildings. When you pick another building pack, you are guaranteed to draw at least one of every building within that pack. I think cliff houses make an exception, and you're guaranteed to draw 3 cliff houses no matter what. That's the only building that draws multiples of itself if, you're choosing that pack. That means that if you have like a draw limit of 1 and you pick cliff houses, you're going to get 3 specifically. That means if you pick city center and you have a draw limit of 1, you're going to get 3 of those buildings. That also means that if I have a bunch of cliff houses in the pool, it doesn't pick, it only starts picking randomly after it gives me 1 of each of those. So with seaweed farms, the seaweed farming pack, you get 1 seaweed farm, 1 seaweed field, and then you have 4 buildings to choose from randomly. And when we did that, I think all 4 of the random hits went onto cliff houses. So for the rest of this game, all we can expect is cliff houses. And for this island, Where do I put the cliff houses? I mean, I'll eventually get them down on one of the sides, but it's not looking too hot. Gotta say. This run, looking pretty over. It is a lot of buildings to place, though, and my fortune tellers are kind of going to go crazy. I just have to get to that point early enough. So cliff houses don't scale. So after all of that being said, now let's try to play this island optimally to see how many points this can give without getting as many nature interactions as we're hoping for. Just having a lot of cliff houses or a lot of buildings in general. What does the last island look like? We also don't get to do any of the inversions because we don't have any level ups left over, and we don't have any guild halls to do those inversions with anyways. Ooh, one more thing to say. If I did pick Aurora, which would have granted me an extra roughly like 300 to 350 points through my boon usage that I've done so far, we would have gotten up to this next island pip, for sure. Which means that we would have been able to pick 3 boons, which means that we could have... I guess the last boon that we would have taken is another add cliff house, which would have given us... What is that by the end of it? 6, 9, 13. Would have given us an extra 15 verdures. We would have been at, what is that, roughly 85? 86? The reason why we're down a little bit for my theoretical 102 is having to play one early, and then also not getting, more ad verdures, because it gives us 2 of a building. It's not being replaced at the very beginning, so it's not as good, but... Man, it's so weird in a base game seeing 71 of these guys, you know? Yeah, I don't want to think about like what other buildings I could have duplicated instead. I think it almost has to be Verdures just because they're so early. You can't spend the rerolls on getting better ones. Now, before anybody else out there says like, oh, why don't you just duplicate fortune tellers that way? You could have like 71 fortune tellers right now if you saved enough rerolls for it, or like 50 fortune tellers because you didn't, or I wouldn't have grabbed the 3rd replace, which would have meant that I could have saved the rerolls to be able to get to the fortune teller in the first place, and I only ping pong between cliff houses and fortune tellers instead of all 3 of them. Yeah, sure, buddy. I talked to the devs beforehand, and I said, that's way too powerful. We can't have people just duplicating a bunch of fortune tellers with replace. This was going to break any challenge that is like before Island 10, this one and the 20 Island run. It completely invalidates any kind of strategy that you need to have with ley lines because it's so easy to go infinite by the time you get that many fortune tellers. So you're just not able to get fortune tellers through the replace boon. That's it. Guys, what are we feeling? Are we feeling fish or are we feeling trees? Because I think by the time I put down all of my trees, I'm... You know what? I'm not going to worry about negative points. I've got enough buildings to make it out of that hole. I don't have a level up to make it out of that hole, but I am not going to worry about flowers. I'm going to see how many trees I can fit on this island. And then I don't even think we have a blossom to follow it up. Not yet. Hopefully we find one. I think I might have had to reroll past one in this pack, so we might not get there, but... I am considering... Okay. To break away from all of the, like, trying to get a lot of buildings and now just playing this island optimally, I want to be able to see more buildings. I want to be able to see more boons. If I start playing these Verdures too early, I'm just going to tank my points into the negative, and it's going to be hard to come back without a lot of buildings like saunas to be able to do it. This 71 Verdures is funny if I stack them all in the same area, but it is not good. What is currently the best play for me to do is just spam a bunch of cliff houses in one area beside a lighthouse. Now, I don't want that to be this area, because if I do it in this area, that means that I'm going to be taking up less space with my Verdures. Like if I plant my lighthouse down right here, that's what is that, 5 less trees right now, and a lot less trees once we start stacking 71 Verdures in the area. That does also mean for... Okay, I do need to go back to, like, theory crafting this build. That does mean that if I wanted to make this build work, I would have to get Verdures and some kind of building to profit off of them. Probably saunas, because they appear earlier in the reroll. They do sadly only get 1 point per tree, instead of, like, hermitages, which get, like, 4 if they're blossomed, or mountain shrines that get 5. These guys are a viable option. You would get a lot of Verdures. I think there's 3 saunas in the pack, and there's 6 Verdures, so you'd get these at a rate of 2 to 1. So under, like, the best possible thing that you could ask for, you would find 60 Verdures roughly and 30 saunas roughly. To do all of this strategy just to get that amount, is it worth it? I don't know. Maybe the nature interactions go crazy. We'll see after we play 71 Verdures and see what the area looks like, you know? You could also save some duplications for mountain shrines instead of duplicating statues if you're able to get to this third boon early, if you get lucky enough to find an Aurora. But, like, you have to split your draw between Verdures and something else when you replace, because all of the other buildings aren't going to matter, because you need cliff houses as, like, a way to start the replace chain. If I didn't start with 20 buildings, like, say I just started with, like, Verdures and saunas, nothing else. The Verdures, with Add Verdure, maybe I get up to, like, 9 before I start doing the replace chain, which means 9 into 15 into 22 into, like, 35 at max, 30, something like that, right? And then I get, 20 Verdures and 10 saunas for doing all of that work. It's not worth it. You need to start with a higher number at the beginning. You need to increase your base mult instead of your, like, exponential scaler. This cliff house, well, this cliff house doesn't matter very much, but the 6 that you get from over here, and that you can get them multiple times, that starts you out at, instead of like 10, you start at 20. It doubles however many buildings you're going to get out the other end, if not more. Okay, where are we playing our cliff houses? Because that was the thing that I wanted to do. This wall looks nice and flat to be able to build a lot of them up, and it's high enough vertically that I can just slap a lighthouse down and be comfortable with it. It's also kind of close to the statue, and I do think I got lucky with 2 shamans. They'll be able to go... Never mind, I'm going to be saving one of these shamans for this area over here. I want to see how much it can score. One of these can go beside some of the cliff houses and some of the flowers, I think. Maybe it does better down here? Whatever. Maybe better down here. There'll be something that I'll find out eventually. But I don't think there's anything better than just a wall to build on. Yeah, because if I don't choose an area that's high enough, it might not be good. I could maybe put some cliff houses on this wall here. That gets a bit dicey. I guess. No, this could be better. And then the shaman's also closer to all of the trees when I play it. Let me just double check to make sure there's no better spot to put it. I don't want to put it on this island at all. This spire, I kind of don't want to ruin the aesthetic of just like a pure green island, so I don't want to build off of it based on principle. Although this area does look kind of sick for cliff houses. Oh, if this was a higher spire, I would love like the horseshoe shape that I could make in here. I am seeing 2 walls facing each other, which could make cliff houses worth a lot more. Yeah, no, I can have cliff houses be beside here, and then I can just grab, what is it, like this as a view for the green area, and then you'll just see some cliff houses out the back. Lighthouse here feels fine. It might stop a few of the cliff houses down below, but not too many to cause a concern. All right. We don't have a wisp, do we? I kind of want a wisp, because a wisp is an extra 5 points on every building, which means that it's just beside... okay, an extra 5 points on every building means that it's beside, like, 1 and a bit more cliff houses on average. If I play all 52 of my cliff houses in this area, more of them are going to be beside more of the other cliff houses, so that's worth it. And I might even be able to get... No, this wall you can't see cliff houses through. Let me double check this last wall. It is just, can I play 52 cliff houses down this wall and nothing else? And I don't think I can. I don't think I can fit 52 in here either, but it feels more point dense. I'm just going to ship it on this side. No need to think too much about the run. It's not the proper run. Ooh, this guy isn't able to play anymore. And he's already getting pedantic with it. Okay. Can this guy fit? Yes, he can. How far in can you go? Right. I guess this is just learning how to play cliff houses now. Okay. What am I thinking about when I'm playing each of these cliff houses? I'm looking for weird spots like this. Buildings like this will allow you to play other cliff houses in some of the cracks or like around them, over top of them. If you have the cliff houses off of the wall, that leaves more of the wall surface to play cliff houses on. I guess that has to be a 1 slotter, or maybe a 1x2 can fit down here. I am seeing maybe enough space for another cliff house to go down in there, so I'm going to wait for a 2x1 to see if I can fill that in, or a different L shape, which means we have to look elsewhere to place this L shape, which could... Oof. Nothing is really looking enticing. And I don't like down here because it's not going to be beside any of the other cliff houses. If I can get this guy to sneak behind this cliff house, then I'll play it. But I don't see that happening. This is a possibility. I don't think I'm getting many other cliff houses on this spot, but okay, I'm also not going to get many other cliff houses that are in range of this guy. I guess maybe one underneath here. Okay, before I place this guy, I want to see if I can get the 2x1 to somehow slot in underneath this guy. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't be that surprised. Okay. I guess I am fine to take this. It is another cliff house that is in range of a 10-point lighthouse. And I have enough space to play one behind here. I have enough space to hopefully play two behind here. This first cliff house and then one on top of it. That feels a bit too tight. Okay, so I was moving this cliff house up slightly to be able to get from 20 points to 22. But if I move this all the way down, then this guy... Hold on. What? Is the cliff house snapping to a grid somewhere? Why was the one that I tried placing now harder to place? Like, it's impossible to place now. Oh, I think if you can look at it, you can see that this cliff house is slightly angled at the back, and I think that's taking up a bit more physical space. If I push it further into the wall, then it's technically lower. Technically further out of the way. So then this building is now able to fit on top of it by going, yeah, like this. And then we try to shimmy you over to the left as far as possible to make you take up as little space on the right so that I can play another 2x1 building there. Come on. Don't shake your head no at me. Come on, get over there. I've seen you get over there before. All right, comfortable with that. We've got a 1x1. These guys are the strongest. They should take up either really precarious spots in your build like this, or you should make a clump of them in the middle, because all of your other cliff houses that go around them are going to be able to tag the one slot cliff houses in the middle for even more points. Now, yeah, I saw this kind of being a spot before with the 2x1, and it felt bad to play a 2x1 in this area, but I'm fine to tuck a 1x1 behind here. Maybe losing out on some space up above. I guess it does lose out on space up above. It isn't something I should go for. I should look for... This is a possibility. It's not as central as I'd like it to be, but it's central enough. For now. We had this spot that might have been playable. Oh, the 2x1 might be, what is it, stopping it from being played because the hook that comes out of it now is interacting with this guy, which means I do need a 2x1 in this slot, which means that my 2x1 in this slot could maybe be this guy instead. If he's in range of the lighthouse, I'll play him. If he isn't, I need to wait for a 2x1. Oh, there. There we go. Okay, look at how much of that cliff house is off of the wall. This is what you're aiming to do. Always having one extra, like, space out the top end. Let's also see what our other buildings are. Hey, we get one tower and a bunch of cliff houses. Man, 5 lumberjacks? How have I hit that many? There's 2 left in the draw pool. We take those. No way I can fit this down here. This being able to fit behind, I feel like, is a better option. Yeah, sure. We get another 1x1, so we want to put it beside the other 1x1 to have as many cliff houses as we can tag it. And I want to place it far enough to the right so that I save some space on this side to play other buildings, but also not so far that, it stops me from playing cliff houses in this area. And this is rough because I don't have like a 1x1 cliff house or like anything to be able to dip into the section to see if this guy is blocking it, because I've got a 2x2 coming up next. These guys are great to be able to get at the top of your builds, to be able to... it's hard to show from behind. I guess I can place this and then undo it. We're just going to lock in that 1x1 wherever I played it. If it's in a bad spot, c'est la vie. These guys are great to, as you can see, bridge out the top of cliff sides. That's what you want to do with them. That's how you, like, maximize their space. See, this guy is taking up a minimal amount of space on the wall and a maximal amount of space off the wall. I actually don't know how that guy is properly attached. Usually you're only allowed to go one extra block at the top end, but we don't question it. That's not our job. Our job is just to play the cliff houses. Now, ooh, this guy does fit in there. Now, it is really tempting to play these ones that are like directly in line with each other, and building on a grid can sometimes help you play cliff houses or just buildings in general more compact. You can do things like this to be able to eke out extra space on, I guess it's only one side, because then I'm getting rid of some space up top here. But I am fine to shove this into the wall to hopefully generate more space on this side, and still enough space to place some kind of building underneath it on this side. And there is. Now, because this is supposed to be my central area on this side, I believe I'm going to put a 2x1 here. Because by the end of us placing all of these buildings... Ooh, hold on. I need to tuck this kind of behind this building to get it as far in as I can. Like that. I feel like if I push it any further, the wall's just going to like snap out of position, and I want to lock that position in. So we take it. So we want this guy to be coming off the wall as much as possible. That's it will normally happen on corners like this. The problem is there a problem? No, I think I'm fine with this. Let's go here and see. Ooh, we don't have an ability to test if this wall is now fine to place on. So I don't think I'm comfortable making that play yet. Because we have two of these shapes in a row though, I'll play this one somewhere else, and then I can try placing this guy in that previous position. We'll play this guy as... I'm thinking of trying to play him further out from where all of our small buildings are going to be congested, but if I play him out here, then I don't know how much space in the middle is left over, and I might end up losing some of that space. So I think just playing him in this corner to begin with is a good idea. And playing him facing outwards like that, instead of against the wall, means that we can play another building behind him. Can you do that again? So this. We are not using this block of space down there, but as you can see, there is maybe some space to build behind a cliff house, behind him with another cliff house. This guy fits. A 2x1 or a 1-slotter fits in perfectly underneath him, so we'll leave it be. This guy can now go up top here, where we had... Come on, do the thing. That's the thing. That's the thing. That's as far as I'm comfortable to go. And we get a 2x2. All right. Do I trust this guy to be placed there? Not really, because then I need another 2x1 to fill up that spot. Yeah, I don't like that position now that I'm looking at it. We do have a building pack and a Boon to pick from. Hey, look at that. 1 tavern and a lot more cliff houses. Boon pack, score multiplier, obviously. Hey, if I'm going for big numbers on a single sauna, on a single hermitage, on a single anything, I'm doing it. Willie Bear, I'm sorry. I know that, like, it's immaculate that you got that 475-point hermitage, but prepare for it to be blown out of the water. I don't think there's a way that you can compete with 70 Verdures. I'm fine clipping it into this building here. That seems like a good enough placement. I'm not able to get this guy all the way down, so I would like some kind of hook here to fill up that space. Fortune teller, there it is. Okay, so time to think about fortune teller math. Every time we place a building, we need it to earn more than 115 divided by 6 points. Fortune teller is currently worth 500, a crisp 500 without like any outside. Well, there was a lot of outside intervention to start this out, but this is going to be the building that we bargain eventually. We just need to get through all of our boon choices, which takes a while, but this feels like it's... Well, no, it might actually get better with another sauna, depending on how many trees we have, because every one of these trees is not worth 1, it's worth 2, 3 points, because the nature interactions is every time you tag something that is nature, flowers, trees, fish, you get an extra 2 points at the end of a round. So I think the sauna hitting an absolutely absurd amount of trees is going to be more than this fortune teller As crazy as that sounds. It might be worth it to score multiply this guy, though. Well, it's of course going to be worth it to score multiply one of the fortune tellers. Yeah, I guess if I don't have any other forms of duplication, I get to spend one score multiply here. I get to spend one score multiply on probably a hermitage. And where's my last score multiply going? Probably the sauna. It's probably going to be more than I'm expecting by the end of things. Let's say we spawn every tree somehow. There's 9 trees per verdure times by 71. It's like a solid 600 points that we're earning. It's not happening. It's not possible, but it's still probably going to be damn close. It's still probably going to be like, I want to say there's going to be 400 trees on this thing by the end of the game. I'm going to count every tree that I spawn with verdure because I want to know how many trees are on this island. This guy needs to be sticking at the top somewhere. I guess we could just do another one on this side because we're eventually going to have too many cliff houses and they're going to start sprawling out to this side. So we just need a dense area of cliff houses. There's no real good spot to attach them on one of the corners here. This seems like the best for right now. It's the least obtrusive that I can get on this corner and maybe saves enough. It doesn't save enough space for anything but a 1x2 there. So we can probably close this in more and have that be the placement, and then this is a 1x2 placement waiting to be played. This guy, I thought I saw him flash white here. No way, because he's like halfway in the wall, right? Yeah, it might have been this thing that flashed white, and it just looked like it was low enough that I could play it. Will this work if I keep panning you over? Not quite, and hold on, let me test something. I'm still probably going to save that cliff house spot to be a 2x2. Ooh, okay. Just wanted to see if that was a 2x1 specific spot or if I could get a 2x2 in here. Okay, 16 points like before. This guy being able to slot underneath that cliff house would be nice. Don't think it's happening. Yeah, that cliff house might have been a worse plate. A poorer placement than I was expecting. This seems fine, as long as we can place something on top of it. Yeah, the more that I'm looking at it, the more I dislike it. Can we get this guy to fit in under here? Nothing really wants to go down here. It's probably because of this cliff house encroaching on the area too much. And then I can't get it on this wall because this guy's up here. A lot of the cliff house placement is just like trying to see where cliff houses can fit in and then planning for the future so that like you don't remove those spots. Like maybe if I check to see if like a bunch of cliff houses could be played along this wall, and then after I play this guy, I then recheck that wall. That's like proper play, but it's also so slow that like you cannot reasonably expect yourself to constantly be keeping up with every niche placement, every like small spot that you want to put cliff houses in the future. I do remember seeing 26 here somehow. I think it was there. Okay, we'll just take that. Hopefully this 1x2 can fit in here. I think I saw it flash white, but it was a bit lower. Okay, we can just raise it up into position. That works. We get another 2x1. Blessed be. We can get this guy tucked in a little bit further behind. I like that, even if it is eating up some of the space that these guys want to take up. We've got another building to pick. And it's just more cliff houses. If I cap this guy off, I'm no longer able to put a cliff house here. And I like this guy here. I would like to put more of the smaller cliff houses in this area. Yeah, another 2x1 here, because this is where like it's the most point dense area. I should keep it as point dense as possible. Now with a 2x1, I can also slot one behind this guy, I believe. So I'll start there instead. Start with the harder placements first, go to the easier placements later. That guy, for whatever reason, just like pulls himself out if I go a little bit too far. That looks so funny. Okay, we'll get the 38 and then move on. It's a bit hard to tell if there's enough space for a 1 slaughter in between them, and I kind of just... I want to will it into existence, but I don't think that was far enough over. I'm more comfortable taking the 36 points and guaranteeing that I have another cliff house spot than getting the 38 points and saving a slight bit more of space on this side. This guy goes pretty far down. I can maybe look to take up a bit of this extra space if I get the other T shape. Or if I get a 2x1, maybe this guy can wiggle down further. Or maybe I'm already wiggling him down further. Hard to tell. Let's look at it from this angle. Okay, it's into the house somewhat. It's into the house a bit more. It's into the house a lot. I think that's as far down as I'm getting it. I'm comfortable with that position. We get another 2x1. That should... Come on, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Oh, you could fit back here. Oh my god. Okay, well, thank god I moved this guy over more than I expected, because this is taking up a lot more space than I would have otherwise thought. We're looking to play this as low as we can. So there is good. It's not... Okay. Okay. Never going to be perfect. I just have to click it. I have to click the button sometimes. Hey, look at that aviary. It's going to be worth 125 points, or 118. This is always going to be worth more than whatever the fortune teller is asking us for. Again, we still need to score at least 20 points per building to make it worth it. Still 20 points per building. Terrace. Have we even lost any cliff houses so far? We started this chain with what, like 57, and we're still at 57. I would like a 2x1 here instead, but beggars can't be choosers. This guy just barely reaches the lighthouse. I don't think another shape is going to do the same. So even if it's getting rid of a slight amount of space here, that's water under the bridge. I need to know, on an adaptable water platform, can you place cliff houses? Because if so, I could make an entirely new cliff and play cliff houses in front of them. That could be crazy. I need to know this. It's going to be a while before we get to water platforms, but now I've got something to be excited for, apart from just the Verdures. Another 2x1. There's no way that we can fit it in here. There is maybe a way we fit it down here. Come on, slide under, please. I don't see it doing so. We do want it to hit the lighthouse, though, so I will move it over enough to be able to hit. And hopefully this leaves enough space behind for a 1x1 to fit in there still. I want it to take up less space off to the left so that that 1x1 has a higher chance of actually slotting in there. Oh, we get a 1x1 to be able to test it. I feel more comfortable doing the higher one first and then playing this guy second to hopefully make it have enough space to play both of them. Not going to be able to test. We play more of our condensed ones as close to the center as we can. This caps off this area down below, but that's not something I need to worry about. And then this, we can maybe get another cliff house underneath this guy. I would like to do so. What about this instead? That seems like it's good because then we can play a building behind it, hopefully. Yeah, we can. And then this here... Come on, that looks like a full cliff house to you guys too, right? That looks like I could fit another cliff house, like a 2x1 along this line. We'll find out. Oh, we have another Boon. Didn't even notice. Bargain or wall platform. Obviously another duplication. Obviously. I'm fine to just put this guy behind the previous one up here. Even if it's low scoring now, it'll be more points on other cliff houses that go down in the future. We did need to kind of get it behind here, and then maybe we can raise it up. It doesn't look like we can raise it up much. So I think the reason why this cliff house is able to be played here like this, so high, just about as high as this guy, like he's a complete 2 blocks off the wall, is that it's looking a little bit too far in, and it's realizing, hey, there's a wall that I could be played on. And like, this is being considered like touching, I guess you could say, or like it's providing stability to the cliff house, even though it isn't. And this guy is trying to look behind itself and it sees, oh, there's like, it's just dead air up here. There's nothing else that I can support myself on. We're only going to allow this much cliff house to be peeking out. Ooh, we got another 1x1. Can I get... It does fit. Oh, that's killer. Okay. Another 2x2 at the top, because that's just the best place to put them. We do have just enough space for another one of these. I feel pretty comfortable with this position, but I shouldn't be playing it quickly. Again, this is where we want all of our small guys to go. We can put these guys on the fringes of our cliff house setup. Again, not a good placement. This guy seems fine. I don't think I'm getting much better out the... Yeah, because there's nothing that I can put out the top edge here. And there's nothing that I can shimmy into this corner. No. Okay. So the best placement that I'm getting here is as far as I can pull it out, I play this guy down. The reason why I pull it as far out as I can is to maybe get another building to, yeah, tuck partially behind this guy. Like back there. If I get a 2x1, that can maybe... It'll slot further down. This guy can go on this corner instead. It's not taking up as much space as I could right here, but... Is that what I saw? I saw a flash of white from down there, and I thought about it as being up here. I'm gonna keep going for it. Oh, I didn't realize. The cliff houses don't like the aviary at a score of 1 or a rank of 1 point. I put it up there because I thought it would look nice. Oh, my adaptable water... Oh, I can just demolish it if I need to. I was thinking my adaptable water platform might not be playable on that. Which, still not close enough to get it. There, that was it. Oh, and that is losing so much less space than I thought. I'm completely fine with that placement. I'm also fine with this placement. It tucks in behind the other cliff house. If we get a 1x1, I think it can fit in there. Unless... No, definitely not. Too tall. I guess we just put you up top here beside your other 2x2 brethren. And I'm more comfortable with this, because then it allows me to put some kind of hook around this guy if this isn't taking up space on his left side, if he's pushed further to the right. Okay, what's next? I guess this corner piece fits nicely here. I've done enough thinking recently. Yeah, that corner piece doesn't fit up there. Same with this guy, he doesn't. Ooh, another boon. What do we get? A little bit late. Could have had you a bit earlier, but hey, 2 more Verdures is 2 more Verdures. Right, I forget how small the building bar gets after you unlock all of the buildings. And this isn't truly going to be unlocking all of them, but a large majority of them. I think I'm missing out on 3 building varieties. These guys aren't scoring a lot. These guys are also scoring around 20. This guy is scoring 20. I guess I could start building out on this cliff face now. Sure. Man, there are so many cliff houses that I have yet to play because all of this building draw here is still just going to be more cliff houses. All of it. Does that fit nice enough? If this digs down, then I'll play it. Okay, it started to dig down. Let's keep going for a bit. See if we can get it to go further. That's going up. That's down far enough to make me feel comfortable playing it. I'm hoping that something can latch onto that corner. I'm not fully sure. I would like to mangle it a bit more. Let's go there. If it's pushed slightly further into the wall, maybe that helps. maybe it's just untenable to expect a cliff house to be supported up there. Maybe a 1x1 fits, but I don't want to be using a 1x1 there. Where am I missing a spot like this? I guess maybe this hook fits in down here. It does not. So that's explicitly a 2x1 spot. Alright, I could do this then. Might be better. No, because that's a... Sorry, this is a 1x2 spot. This is a horizontal spot. This is a vertical spot if I wanted to play them to perfection. This is losing me 1 block of space, and I'll take it. Cliff houses, big guys. The big guy can't fit up here. The big guy can't fit around the aviary. Could demolish the aviary. 59 points. I could play it down here, I guess. This might help scale some of my other cliff houses when I get an adaptable water platform in the area. If that works. I'm really hoping it works how I think it does. How I want it to. Alright, 135 points. Divided by 6. I've got a calculator. I can just go to my second screen. Let's see what that is. We need to be getting, on average, 22.5 points with our buildings to make this fortune teller continue to scale, which it used to be at 500. It's now at 576. A 2x1. Nice. One of the spots was here, but that's now been taken up. Where else? I think I did have a spot for one here, but then I covered it with this cliff house. Yeah, this might be a 1x1 spot or nothing at all. I'd still like to test it a bit more thoroughly, because if I can get 60 points on a cliff house, that's pretty worthwhile. Oh, hold on. I think I've got a boon for this. I've got, where are they? 6 of these guys. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. You can't do that to me. You can't just give me a 1 piece. Yeah, okay, a 1 piece goes down there instead. It said no, you should not be using shrink buildings on these guys. Go back to the drawing board. Do not pass go, do not collect $100. 200. Oh, this guy was one that I wanted to slot behind here. But it also doesn't fit. I would definitely have to shrink if I wanted that to work. Can it go even some of the way? If I rotate the camera a bit more, does it play it on a different portion of the wall that helps it slide down further? I like that sometimes when like I'm wiggling them back and forth and they like go around a corner, they'll shake their head no at me when I'm asking them these questions. Alright, even if it isn't what I wanted out of it, I'm still gonna play it. And then this guy gets to go down here for 68 points. God, if I get an adaptable water platform down this thing and I'm able to just play like another layer of cliff houses on top of it. Oh, the hour of reckoning is upon us, gentlemen. How does this work? So, adaptable water platforms, if you didn't know, when you try placing the water platform, you can't see underwater, right? There's no reason to like think that there's anything further down underneath this. Like you'd think the water platforms are floating. Like if they're floating, then they'd move side to side, right? They don't want these islands to drift. So, they make them dug into the ground. How far? How big do they make them? Quite. Oh, okay. I was thinking that I'd be able to play this adaptable water platform like on top of these cliff houses, like right here, and then just be able to play like a new layer of cliff houses on top. It isn't. It'll only extend currently like placeable walls. So I could maybe look to make some extra buildable space by putting this down here. I could maybe look to extend another corner by doing, This might be my best bet right here. It really fills out this wall, which means that I can get some more points for getting cliff houses in like a crevice down this side. So long as I can play, cliff houses on the edge of an adaptable water platform, which I have not tested yet, and will have to do. Does that look better, or does this look better? I think I need to have it at this angle. I just want it to be... No, this... I think I'm comfortable with this right here. Making it roughly flush with this, and then it's not as tight of an angle as I want, but it is just a lot more playable space. Big... Guys? Guys? What? So they don't dig far enough to be able to make it into the water. Like, they don't make this as deep, because, like, why would you ever have these water platforms be playable outside of the water? But they also don't make it passable terrain, because they never thought that we'd be playing underneath these platforms. Alright, I guess the adaptable water platform dream is dead. Very sad. Where to go from here? I think, based off of the cliff houses alone, I'm gonna, like, this is, like, my only point scoring. I do have 2 seaweed farms and some seaweed fields. Those are worth 20 points each. Okay, I still need to be scoring about 30 points per, or 25 points per building, I think, on average, to make it worth it to hold on to my fortune teller for longer. I am fine with that position. It saves me the ability to play 1 by something in here, and if I can play something behind it, yeah, I can. Okay, that's perfect. I don't want to play a 2 by 2 there, though, so it just gets played where all the other 2 by 2s go. I guess this is still beside the lighthouse. It's going to be worth more points than other spots in the future. And yeah, I'm not going to be able to save that 1 brick of space. That's fine with me. This doesn't fit behind there. Odd. The 2 by 2. Oh, okay, this is actually able to sneak behind there. I think I'm fine with that. I would like something to be able to test if this has enough space to be playable in, but like... Yeah, I'll wait. I'll wait. Oh, I might have also screwed myself on getting a horizontal piece in there. Only time will tell. There are also so many other islands that are better for building cliff houses on. There's one that I saw where Woolly Bear naturally got like 70 or 80 points on a cliff house just because it was beside 2 lighthouses, and there was like an overhang that allowed you to play cliff houses on like all 4 sides of an archway. This, I'm just playing on the outside of a surface, which is not optimal for getting cliff houses to tag each other. And I don't think this guy's gonna fit. It's another 1 slot position. Okay, where can we put a 2 by 1? We'd want to put it back over here. Yeah. That works. And then this is the piece that we'd want to hook in here. If it allows it to be, it does not. So then the building that we want to play is something that sneaks in behind, like this, and goes over as far as it can. And that's as far as it can. How much higher am I allowed to play a building? Oh, that kind of sucks. That's eating up a lot of space. I guess that's fine. Okay, 140 points. Let me divide that by 6 real quick. We need to score 30 points on average on a building. If I draw into some of my 60-point scores, then it's worthwhile. If I just keep playing the buildings that I do, I should be playing my fortune teller first. Because I'm already at 44 points, I want to at least play out this score loop before playing it. Do I? I could just undo the building that I've already played. Yeah, I'm going to undo the building that I've already played, and I'm just going to play my fortune teller now. Let's see how much it's worth. 600 points. 950. And we can put it... No, you're kidding me. This isn't flat? This isn't flat enough? Okay, you're flat enough. Wrong button to press. Let's get it back. Oh, now you'll come out here just because? Okay. Well, 1,000-point fortune teller. Oh, that's gonna get us the last 2 boons, handedly. And we cannot do the trick where you place a building and then undo it to quickly gain all of those points, because I need to be opening up these packs as I collect them, because if I wait to open them up, I'm not going to get all 6 buildings. If I do it at the end, I'm only going to be drawing 5 buildings from each of these guys. It's insane. It's... I can't believe I can finish a level by doing nothing but playing cliff houses in a corner. And casually opening up 27 sealed boons, but like the island looking like this. This is the island that I'm finishing on. This is what Island 9 looks like. You're saying that I've properly engineered this area and I can move on to the next. This? This? Okay, I am going to have to do the math on whether or not it is worth it to play a sauna, like a second sauna, or to play a second fortune teller. Because I feel like with the extra buildings that I drew and still having another score mult available, it's going to be worth roughly like, I want to say 1,100 by now. There's one boon, and I don't think we should get the second. We should get close. We should get about like, oh, never mind. Okay, well, we've got 3 boons to open. Let's see what they are. We've got a sustainable or a neighborly. What am I hitting with a neighborly, actually? I'm not going to hit multiple statues. I don't have the space to place circuses. I guess the sustainables hit the fishers, but like I already have sustainables, don't I? I have 6 of them. I guess I just take neighborlies because I'm not going to be getting 6 buildings that need sustainable by the end of this round. So we take neighborly. Add statue is a great one for hitting nature interactions. And we're going to look for demolish. I've already got 2 of them. What would I be looking to demolish? I don't have like a guild hall area that I need to like reset over and over by putting a temple, demolishing it, and then guild hall back and forth. So I don't think demolish is worth anything to me. Wall platforms aren't that much, but hey, it's another building that I get to place. That's an extra 0.5 mult on everything. 4? Well, I guess I've gotten a lot of the boons. Time to consider. Playing another fortune teller, it's going to be worth roughly 1,500. If I play every single tree and I have a sauna tag every single tree, it's worth 73 times... let me do this on the calculator. So 73 times by 9 trees is going to be 1 point per tree for 657. It's already getting... Where's the sauna again? It's already getting roughly 33 points, so let's just round that up to... It's at max, giving me 700 points, this sauna. So then I could score mult that up to 700 times by 1.6. I could score mult it up to 1,120, and that's the same amount as the score, or the fortune teller. So like the fortune teller and the sauna in the best case scenario are worth the same for base points. But every tree that this touches, the sauna touches, is worth an extra 2. Where's the sauna again? I guess I don't need to show you, but every single one of these trees is worth 3 points instead. Those don't get score multed though, but it's tagging, I'm gonna say, roughly 600 trees in the best case, which is an extra 1,200 points on top of it. So it's doubling the score of the fortune teller if I spawn literally every tree, which means if I only spawn half the trees, so 5 trees per verdure on average, the sauna is still a better option to duplicate and score multiply. So I think our bargains, all of them, are going to be used on the sauna. It'd be so much better if we could get a mountain shrine, or 2 or 3, or 4 or 5 if we had extra duplications over, with wall platforms up top, and they hit every tree like basically guaranteed. But no mountain shrines. If ever I rerun this, it has to be that you still get the same 4, 6, and 8 ley lines, that you don't use many rerolls to hit them, that you... hitting Stellar does kind of help, but not too much. And... what is it? That you both get good ley lines. If I get a bad ley line on my first one, I'm just resetting the run. And that you want Verdure and Mountain Shrine, or Fortune Teller, or Sauna. You want 2 of the buildings that you want on pick number 2 and pick number 3. because you get a little bit screwed by having like being forced to choose the sauna, or not being forced to choose, being forced to choose the map modifier, the ley line. If you're forced to choose that one, you don't get to pick your option of buildings for the final build. Okay. Back to more cliff houses, I guess. Sure. I can play one here. That doesn't save me much space at the top, but like, yeah, nothing's going to be able to fit in that space anyways. I could demolish this. Actually, I don't know if it's going to be a good thing. That's like minus, what, 40 points? I guess that is the points of one of the cliff houses that would fit in here. Oh, it doesn't get that much because it's not hitting the lighthouse. I see. This is fine because it's basically a 2x1. Like, it's one of the horizontal pieces that I wanted to add to this area, but the aviary is just stopping it from being, what is it, like, going any higher. I'm not able to get this guy in here because the aviary is in the way. Let me test that assumption, actually, and see... Yeah, this guy needs to be down too low, unless... No, I can shimmy him up. Okay, so we play this guy elsewhere, and then we play the 2x1 in that slot. This feels like a 2x2 space, or no, it's a hook in the other direction. I keep forgetting. What about a hook here? It fits. Could be better, could be worse. God, I was so excited to have an adaptable water platform give me just like a large amount more of space to play with these cliff houses. I guess I could put 2x2s in here if I shrink them. That could be another option. And we finally have the corner piece for up here. And the corner piece doesn't fit. I think it's clipping into this wall, or that cliff house a bit too much. Doesn't like to rotate over until it's too late. So that just means that like nothing is going to be playable on this wall. Or I should say not much is going to be playable on that wall. That works. I'll probably get another L shape in here. Let's get this guy tossed into this area. That works. We could shrink this guy back here. Hold on. This 2x2, I feel like it isn't going to save enough space, or 2x1, sorry. This guy isn't going to save enough space for something to be played on top of him without shrinking, and it might not even save enough space for another 2x1 to be played back here. So if I shrink two 2x2s, I think that might work. We might have to fit a 1x1 in that far corner if all else fails, because playing along this edge might be tricky. Okay. Right, we're looking for some kind of building or some kind of cliff house that can go underneath this guy. If I do put it underneath, though, I'm messing up that block of space there. Sure. Start building at the top there. Another 2x1. That can't go anywhere over here. Could fit in here. It's definitely not fitting behind anything. It could fit... I think I should be playing around the lighthouse as densely as I can again. So that feels like a fine position. Another... Yeah, that works. We look to play this guy elsewhere, and here's our last boon. What do we get? Come on, guys. Come on. Adaptable is actually worth more points, because every time I use a boon, it's worth 10 points. Demolish, I have to use twice, but I'd have to use them on negative buildings if I want to get, like, 0 points out of them, plus the 10 of the boon use. So adaptable is just more. I just have to remember to click adaptable on 12 of my buildings. Wait. That was something I wanted to test, was adaptable verdure. Show me the trees. No! No! I so wanted to see trees on water. No, I'm not saying this to the devs to slight them in any way, but like I would have spent some of my own time to be able to get what is it, trees on water, if I was part of the like game dev company that made this. It would have been too funny not to take the time to do. But you've also seen how much I play this game. I am a bit, like, crazy when it comes to it. Let's space this guy a bit out to make sure that we have enough space underneath him in this one slaughter to be able to fit something. This guy, this big fat guy, could go here, or this was the shrunken building that I wanted to put in there. Let's do that. Shrink. Cliff house. Here. Can we place one on the right-hand side first? We can. Ooh. Maybe, possibly, there's a chance that we fit another one behind him. We can always test with this corner piece. Not perfectly, but... So there's not enough space on this side to play anything, and there's not going to be enough space to play anything back here. I don't even think if I were to shrink a 2x1, it could fit. So we should just move this guy further to the right, as far to the right as he can be. Okay, a bit tricky to wiggle him over there. Alright, and then let's double check that a shrunken building here will still fit. Yes, okay, nice. If only I found another level up to bring myself out of the hole that the Verdures are going to put me in. I am curious to see how much this island is going to score. Don't know if it's going to be anything more than my compatriots. I am very excited to find out, though. Ooh, 46. That's a nice placement. And can we still find a way to shimmy a building in underneath here, even with that guy placed? We can. Ooh, that's nice. I am going to wait for a 2x2 to get that done, though. You could just capstone around here. Yeah, especially if you're in range of the lighthouse. Oh, and just barely? Yeah, yep. This is fine. Not perfect, but fine. We're not going to be getting any more perfect placements. Again, that works. There's a 2x2. Let's slot him in back here. I don't think it goes in any further than that. So it was, what, 24 points when it ended? 26, 28. Yeah, and it's not shimmying anymore, so we just play it. I don't feel comfortable playing this one first. Oh, I do feel comfortable playing this out here, though. There's definitely going to be enough space for... Yeah, another house behind it. I'm seeing a slot for a 2x1 above it, so I feel comfortable enough to play this guy. Another 2x2. Okay, did I have a spot over here for one of them? I think I was just like gonna end up playing it up top here. Yeah. 2x1 that either fits in here. That might be an L shape. That this feels like it could be a number of buildings. The 2x1 that I had earlier, yeah, I'll fill in this spot because there's nothing else that can fit it. Hey, look at that! We get another 2x1. Let's also open those buildings before I forget, and we only start drawing 3 of them. Ooh, a 1 slaughter. Where do we find a spot for this guy? Can we get you stuck in the corner down here further? I'm gonna actually scan this area with a shrink to see if there's any crazy spots that we can get him. Like, this spot isn't gonna fit, I take it? Maybe... No, I don't think if we shrink, we can get him far enough under here to still save enough space for another building here. I guess I could shrink one of the specific L pieces to fit this guy in. Or I just, like... Yeah, I can shrink a L piece, or I can shrink multiple of these small guys to make them worth 55. Can they be worth more anywhere else? Oh, back here. Ah, just a regular 1x1 fits there, though. So let's grab our cliff houses again. And he's worth 60. Ooh, and with how far we can tuck him back, we might even be able to get an extra 1x1 in there. I am fine to shrink this building and put him up there, and then put a shrunken 1x1 in the corner, or some other building of that sort. Shrink. It might be better to save this for, like, it's better to save this for 2x1s, like the horizontal pieces, to shrink even smaller buildings. Yeah, this is one of the buildings that I shrink to put in there. It just fits. What if I don't have to shrink the second building that goes above it? Well, I guess I'll know if I find a building that can fit in there afterwards. I'm gonna trust that it can. I'm just gonna play that building like that. It looks like there's enough space with this shrunken building to have something fit up top. We are now currently at 3 building draw. I want to get around to playing my Verdures soon. I'll get through all of my building draw first, and then I'll swap to playing Verdures. Nothing can fit in here. Okay. Looks like that has to be a 2x1 or a 2x2 fits in here. Or this. I'm tempted to just play this. Oh, that kind of sucks that I can't push it in any further. Yeah, it is just playing it to the outside here. Okay. Well, maybe there's enough space to slot. Did I see that flash white? It did. Oh my god. Yeah, we're taking it. No questions asked. Can you do the same thing? Like glitch through one of your friends to get played? Probably not. Where else could I play you? Here, you're still worth 36. I want to play smaller buildings here, but like I already have spots for my really small buildings, which is up here. So I can stand to play a few more of these guys that just fit kind of nicely by the lighthouse. Yeah, like this guy too. This guy isn't going to get close enough, I don't think. Not from any of the sides. Nope. Okay. What about in this slot? Good enough. Hopefully there's enough space for something to slot in there. That works. Maybe we can slide a building behind this guy. Doesn't look like we can. Okay. This can't be moved up high enough, can it? Oh, it can kind of shimmy, like it can be passed back and forth between these buildings to get moved up some. Not enough, but some. I could play another 2x2 here. Yeah, and then I put something behind it, is the hope. Well, I can't test if anything better than this goes behind it, but with this being one of the buildings that fits, that's fine. It's good enough. We can play this out the top end because it's a big 2x2. That fits too nicely not to play. Even just for the aesthetic. Oh, right. I had, what is it, 1 brick spots up here that I wanted to check. It does fit without being shrunk. I think I can get a shrunken single one in there. Man, I didn't think I was going to draw this many cliff houses. Had I known that there was still going to be like 32 in the bank, I would have made just an area of 1s and 2s. Does this fit anywhere? No, I think I already checked that one there. Does this fit? Nope, because it collides with this. I could shrink this guy to fit it underneath there, but it's not necessary. We have drawn 10 mansions and 3 houses. big spread. A 2x1 still fits in behind there, hopefully. Yeah, and I don't want to use one of the big cliff houses in one of the areas that don't warrant placing a big cliff house. So this is a 2x1 that maybe could be in range of the lighthouse. No. No. It is in range from here. It is in range from here. Okay. So we've got 2 further spots to play 2x1s. Man, you just never seem to get the corners that line up with the ones that you already have. Hey, I'll take it. Can this guy fit in for points on the lighthouse? No, and no, and definitely not back here. If I can shrink him and fit him in that corner, I'll do so. Nope. Down here also works. That was going to be one of my 1x1 spaces, but I've got other 1x1 spaces to play. So I'm good with the 48-point building. Hey, there's a 1x1. We are not going to be fitting it up here. We do without shrinking it? Oh my, I could have played 8 1x1s in this spot if I felt like it. Wow. And now we're only drawing 2 buildings at once. And we have still played nothing but cliff houses. Nothing. Okay, yeah, this guy, because he's got the extra space down below, the center of his circle is a bit too low and he's out of range of that lighthouse. Sure, I'll play 1 for 18, out of the way of a lot of things. This guy, I don't know where to play these ones. I feel like I should save this for some other smaller houses. I could play you here. Okay, we've got another 1x1. Let's look for a spot where it can get a lot of points. Tucked under here, that's 49. 50 points is our baseline. That's definitely a horizontal piece that can fit in there. No, and the reason why we can't put 2 here is because there's a small pebble underneath this one. It's looking like we take 50 points. It really feels like there should be better somewhere. I do want to just scan the area with the shrink to see if there's any really weird spots that it can fit, like tucked in behind a building here. Or somehow it just finds a perch behind a cliff house in one of the corners here. Yeah, like this. Like, we take those. Oh, that's one of the corner pieces, finally. Okay. And then this, I think I still needed a horizontal piece to fit that in. I guess I can play more condensed buildings on this corner. Another 1 slaughter. Let's do the same shrink check. I should be saving some of my shrinks, or all of my shrinks for my Verdures. They might come in handy with, like, dodging trees around areas. I'm no longer going to use them. Which means that I was looking at a 40 or a 50 pointer in this area. 53 pointer, sure. And we can't find a perch up above it anywhere. No. Okay. 53 points. Oh my god, 2 1x1s in a row. You guys didn't have to. Oh, and we get the horizontal piece that we've been waiting for too. That can hopefully find perch under here. It cannot. I could shrink the building, but I don't want to shrink buildings. Like, I could shrink it to make it fit, but... Oh, right, I had this spot down here that tags the lighthouse. We can get more condensed buildings over here. Another one slaughter, which 36 points is a baseline. I think, yeah, there's nothing else that's going to be around this aviary. There was this guy that I could play behind. And even if it's worth less, I want to forget about this spot. Patch up the hole. There we go. We get a 2x1. Great, lovely. We are now drawing one building per. We've only got 11 cliff houses to go. Which means I can be a bit more, or a bit less strenuous with their positioning. Just get them in the good spots, rather than planning for future cliff houses that I'll draw. Yep, okay. That works, too. Oh, we're getting a lot of the skinny guys currently. Is there any better spots that I can play them? Because I thought I remember seeing 30 pointers over here, but no, they're the same 25-ish points. Okay. We just keep playing on these walls. I can't shimmy that behind there. Alright, this is probably our last cliff house draw. Ooh, we get another single. It's so tempting to try to shrink it to fit back here if I'm seeing 50 points. I guess I can probably put one in here somewhere. 42. Alright. Oh, we get another single. Back here for 38. Sure. And this is our last cliff house. For now, anyways. Do I build with anything else now? I've drawn all the buildings that I really want to. I don't care to try to, like, figure out what kind of points I can score on this side of the island. I think it is now finally time to just spam Verdures in this area. There was one last thing I wanted to do. Let me go through all the buildings to try to jog my memory. Oh, where's the shaman? Right here. Probably like right on my mouse when I end it. It's so many twos. It looks like it's a precious building. Is there any other place that I can put it? 135 down here. There's probably no other perches that it reaches. Yeah, no. Oh, it's I don't know, but there's just something that makes this nice. Okay, maybe not the twos that are like directly on top of each other that are like flickering in and out of existence. Those aren't nice. But just the static image of this? Okay, I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back. Alright, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, islanders of all ages, we are finally here to place our 73 Verdures. All of them. The only goal now, not points, nothing but spawning trees. I don't care how many flowers go down, it's only trees. I want to get an average of 8 trees placed per verdure. I am going to be counting every single verdure that I place. So let me bring up some notes on a different screen because I want to know exactly how many trees are on this island. I want to know how many I can hit with a sauna. I want to know how many of these 73 trees I can get in an area that is roughly coverable by 2 blossoms. Because if I can do that, and I get Mountain Shrine on a run, I could calculate how many points the most worthy Mountain Shrine could be on a halfway there challenge. The most worthy Mountain Shrine would probably, I think that would be world record material. I do not believe this run to be world record material. Only time will tell, but again, the only thing I want to do is count trees. The tricks that we have in our back pocket, adaptable is going to do nothing. None of these are going to do anything. We can't bargain a verdure. We can't demolish a verdure. I don't think you can demolish trees either. That would be weird. I guess we could just place anything to demolish a tree. But I'm getting off on a tangent. Shrink. We have 3 shrinks to maybe spawn a few extra trees. Now, what am I looking for? I'm looking to make as dense of a pack of trees starting from one side to the other side. I want to build, instead of sparsely and try to add trees as I go, I want to blanket the forest from one side to the other. Verdures spawn in very separate packs, and if I had all of them mapped out, I might be able to say, oh, this is where I want to put all of my like roughly T shapes. This is where I want to put my roughly C shapes, and like lock them together in certain ways to like make sure that they fit really well. I might end up doing that as I play more. We'll see. If I were to, I would start like placing a bunch of T's or something like that. Like, let's say that T is one of the verdure shapes and X is one of the other verdure shapes. I'd play a bunch of T's in a certain way to be able to fill from the top side going down, and a bunch of X's from the bottom side going up until they meet in the middle, and I just try to mash whatever verdures I can in at the end. So let me open up a set of notes, which is literally just going to be Notepad and a number on it that I slowly increment. Let's count all of the trees as they currently are. We could do so a bit quicker with, we don't have any blossoms to hit. I was going to use blossom as a way to detect how many trees are currently on this island. We could also do so with a sauna, I think. So sauna is a base score of 3. It's not hitting anything that gives it plus points except for trees. So we can see everything that's on this lower section by saying, oh, that's 17 trees. And then up here, oh, hey, that's 20 trees. We just counted 37 trees in the blink of an eye. All right. The number 37 gets to go down. Every time I play a successful verdure, as in it spawns 9 trees, this is going to get pedantic, I get to increase that number by 9. So this is one of the T shapes that I was talking about. I'm going to try playing them from this side and go outwards. And again, we're only worried about the trees, not about the flowers at all. The lumberjacks here are also going to be massive. So currently we're hitting 4 flowers, so if I'm getting a perfect verdure, I need to get 7 points here, and I think I see that last tree that needs to spawn in, which is out front. So if I rotate it a bit, I might be able to get all of these trees to spawn? No, because now there's one that's tucked in behind this area. I don't know if a T-shape is the best to start out in this corner. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. Let's start. So there's one. And that spawned all 9 trees. I need to double check that it spawned all 9 trees because I don't want to make a mistake this early on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8. One of the trees is currently on top of the flowers right there. So I need to go until 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Double checking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9. That is all 9 of my trees. Okay. That number gets up to 46. If ever you're following along at home, crazy by the way, and I make any kind of mistakes, please do timestamp it and let me know that like, oh, you actually didn't spawn one of the trees here. I love when people backseat my games. It just gives me more information to be able to play with next time. I do not take it as a slight against me or like my supposed skill in this game. It doesn't seem like we're able to get many more trees down below unless we spawn pretty far out. We are seeing, I think this might be able to be 8 trees worth if I get lucky. No, it won't be. This might be that I reset the previous verdure because I need to spawn more of the trees down here because I need to use up every bit of green space that I have. This does spawn 4 trees down there. I think I do a T shape that spawns 4 trees down there. I might have to eat one of my tree spawns, which I don't want to do this early. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I miscounted the first time. This is only 9 trees. That's what we're looking for. All right, this is another T shape. I do not know if we have the ability to play one here to spawn a bunch of them. I think it's going to be blocked by too many of the other trees. We're currently spawning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If I get this 8th one above me, then I'll play it. And now I need to get the one that's currently red to come back somehow. I think if I move it up some more, it'll start spawning. No, if I move it down some more, will it start spawning? If I move it right some more, will it? How am I supposed to get that red tree? Was it never being spawned to begin with? It might just be that it's really far out. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is 7 as well. If I rotate you by 1, is that going to help you spawn more trees? I think it does, actually. I might be able to get more trees than previous. I was hoping to spawn that 1 red tree down there, but it's a bait. There's not enough space to spawn a tree in between those 2. So if we do this... yeah, I don't want to use one of my shrinks yet. I feel like we just wait until we get another set of trees to try putting them well in this corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that 7? That's 8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 8. We take the 8. All right, we're now at 54 trees total, up from 46. This looks like a pretty easy way to get some extra trees back here. We don't have the space to spawn all 5, but we could maybe get the 3 that spawn over there. And then that really nicely fills out like this patch to be as chock full of trees as it can be. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's only 8. Where's the last tree not being spawned? Ah. It's out in no man's land, and I don't know if there's any saving it. There is? Is there any way that I can get that tree to spawn at the same time? If I rotate you up, that doesn't work. If I rotate you down like this, maybe you get lifted up high enough to spawn. Okay, I'm looking for a way to spawn the 3 trees on the right side first, and then I'll try shimmying it around to spawn the rest of them. Further down looks to be the case. Further up to get that tree on the right-hand side. Hold on, let me get a different angle on this. If we rotate it one like this, that's not getting the tree on the bottom. If we rotate it up one like this, it doesn't have space to spawn that tree. If we rotate it up one again, that might work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's 8. We're missing out on 1 tree in the back, so we just need to pull it closer to us, not too close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 9 trees. All right, up from 54 to 63 trees total on this island. We could probably double check with our sauna. Where is it? Here. We try doing just like this in the middle of everything. 60, and then the 3 trees down there. Yep. All right, another verdure. This is the same shape that we had as before. We're going to look to toss all 5 of these trees in the back line somehow, but the flowers that we've spawned are now taking up physical space away from the trees that we would want to have instead. This only can spawn like up to, it spawns an extra tree down there, which is kind of nice. This spawns 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 total. I'm almost willing to take it because it really makes the trees in the back line condensed. If I can get, there's 4 trees. If I can get these 8 trees, I'm going to take it. I might want to change my mouse settings to let me move my mouse slower overall. That's 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll take 8 trees. 63 up to 71. And do excuse me while I turn my mouse settings, or my mouse cursor speed to be slower so I can make these adjustments easier. Right, it's going to be a bit weird to be playing on such a low setting. I'm not going to be used to moving around the verdures into the area that I want to right away, but it'll be much easier to make the small micro movements that I need to. This looks like it's one of the verdures that's all congested on one side, so we should probably play something like this. Or maybe we can get lucky and get a bit closer. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trees spawning so far. The 7th is up top. Where are we missing the other trees? 1 in the middle, yeah, so we need to pull this out further. If we pull it out further, it starts contesting with those trees. If we rotate it up by 1, it's fine, but then we're not getting the tree that's like in, the top area there. Maybe we can get lucky enough to find a spot to spawn it like that. Then we don't spawn the one in front of us. If we rotate this up by 1 and then try again, that might work. 1, 2, 3, 4 on this side, and then 4 of the trees off to the left, but we're not spawning the 5th one, which needs to be moved up more to be able to be found, or it needs to be pulled back some more to be found. If I rotate it by 1 more, does that give me a good option? I think this is all 9 trees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All 9 of them. It's a bit hard to tell exactly how dense I'm making the area right here without going into photo mode and looking at it top down, but I'm considering that dense enough. I have also realized that we've only gone through, what is that, 5 of our verdures? There's no reason that we need these, 70 verdures. Maximum we need is 30, even on a tropical area. I guess we could be playing in a larger scoring area, but if it's any larger than this, it's like too much to expect on the island, and you would need 3 blossoms to hit as well to be able to get all of them blossomed. And you would then, I think you could just slap a terrace down in the center, especially if it's slightly raised, like right here, and a mountain shrine should reach all of them. It does suck that you don't have a spire like this to build wall platforms off of, because terraces... Well, I guess you could shrink the mountain shrines, and you'll have enough shrinks as well, that you can shrink 4 mountain shrines on top of this, and 4 mountain shrines on this many blossom trees is going to be a lot of points. That, I think it's the possibility of being like the best world record strategy for this one. It just, I don't know, this one feels like it requires a lot of luck, and it feels like it requires more luck because there's so much more of a buy-in cost to this. You have to spend so much of your time on the ley lines, compared to like a 30-minute no time to dilly-dally speedrun. This is only spawning 6 trees so far. I guess... Okay, so it's spawning 3 trees far away and then 6 trees... Yeah. It's one of them that spawns it in 2 patches, with 1 tree down below. I can... not spawn a tree in the top right. Excuse me. I'm trying to find this red tree that's in the top right, an ability to find perch, and it just isn't. That does, but it also stops some of the other trees from spawning. If we rotate you up by 1, are you able to find perch? You are, for some reason, but the other guys aren't. Rotate you 1 more, are you able to? Can the extra tree that it's with these guys be able to find a space? No, it's not looking like many of the 3 trees can be spawned back there at any of these weird angles. Can we, oddly enough, get the 5 to spawn in that forest? No, that's too much of an ask. I will still scan over this forest just to see if there's any, larger gaps than what I'm expecting. This is definitely a sparse area down here, but I haven't started building much of it yet. I guess I could with this placement. This is all 9 trees. It does feel like I'm playing it a bit quick and a bit far away from the rest of things. But 9 trees is 9 trees. Does it feel like these guys are too far away from the wall? Like I could be pushing them up instead, and I'm spending too much time trying to get 1 more tree spawned out of a verdure that doesn't matter because I have another 68 to be played. Yeah, I'll spawn 8 out of this one. I think with how many verdures that I have, the average of trees that I can spawn is going to be more around 5 to 6 by the end of things, even if I'm spawning 9 right now. All right, so this is 8 trees to be played. Let's mark that down. We're up to 79 now. 79 trees on this plateau. 5 trees fitting in here feels really nice. I just need to find a way to get the 3 trees up top to also find perch. That's going to be difficult. There's 2, but then it pulls it down too far, and those guys aren't able to be played. And there's no way that I find enough space for all 5 of those trees. This is like the same problem that I was looking around with before. I think I saw 4 trees spawning in there. If I can get any more of the trees to spawn at the same time as these 4 guys, I'll place it. No? See, and what's really nice about this is when you, like, if this were to be the world record run, what you can do is you can play, if you have 1 level up saved, like you use a level up to be able to get your first or second boon, you would use the second level up that you have to, after you get all these negative points from playing so many Verdures on top of each other, you blossom, you play 1 Verdure that's score malted in the middle of all of the blossom trees, it's going to be worth like minus 500, and then you level up point invert to be able to get all of the points that you lost back, plus the extra like 600 or so from 1 massive negative Verdure in the middle of everything. Yeah, that's not going to find enough trees for me to make it feel worthwhile. Let's... This is how many trees? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 total? That's 6. I shouldn't be taking a 7 like this. One, two, three, four, five, 6. I could do this. Still doesn't feel like it's worth it. I don't know if I want to keep playing from this forested area with this guy. It feels like it's too difficult to get him to find a good spot. Okay, we are just going to lose that 1 tree. That's fine. I'm good with 8 trees total. Yeah, I'm good with 8 trees total. All right, going up from 79 to 87. Still another 66 Verdures left to play. Ooh, that is a lot of trees in this back corner, even if it is only spawning 5. I'm likely to take it, with me having 66 Verdures left. Spawning a lot of trees in an already dense area, or it looks already dense. I guess it isn't very dense through here. That's 6 trees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sure, I'll take 6. Especially with this guy being so close to the edge. That moves me up to 93 trees total. I could also play this so that, like, I'm thinking of only having 30 Verdures to play maximum, and then I can play around the number of... okay. What happens if I do the exact same strategy, but I only use one replace? I get up to 18 cliff houses. I get 30 Verdures to play with because 18 gives you roughly 30. The few Verdures that you get from the pack at the very beginning, plus, what is it? The few ad Verdure boons that you get mean that you get 30 Verdures. I think that's enough, and you don't have to do your entire strategy on this. This is just how you start your strategy. The problem comes in that you would want to replace from your verdures or your cliff houses into verdure and another building at the same time. So you can get a lot of duplications on a sauna or a mountain shrine. It would take a lot of rerolls, but you wouldn't have to use your rerolls on your boons anymore. More thinking, more theory crafting to be done later. Let me focus on planting the trees. Just do one thing, guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll take 7. So we're now up to 100 trees on this plateau. And we have only used, we started at, what is it, 73 verdures? Let me check one of my images. One moment. Yeah, 73 verdures. So we've only used 9 so far. This is what 9 verdures looks like. You're kidding. That looks like it's so dense. I do also like this one. Flowers aren't being spawned in any weird spots. And okay, now I'm not able to find the spot that I had anymore. Not there. Maybe if I rotate it 2 down instead? Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm good with planting 8 here. Well, let's up that number. Yeah, there's no space to plant trees here anymore. Oh, wait, 4 trees. Just like that. I'm not going to rotate this too much. It feels like it would be better if I were to rotate it, though. Like that? Like that. Hopefully we can spawn that last tree. Yes, that's 5 right there. I'll take 5, if it's that tight to spawn all of them. Okay. That is now from 108 to 113. And this is using 10 of my verdures so far. We've used 11 of my verdures. 11 verdures to fill out this patch right here. I think I can fill out all of these patches with my last 20. I'm going to start building from this side in again. I want to, like, ballpark how many trees I can get within, like, a mountain shrineable area with 20 to 30 verdures. So I shouldn't be taking 5s anymore. I should still be looking for my 8s or higher. Does this still work? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 is good enough for me. We plant it. 121 is our tree count. That was a lot of trees down below. Hopefully I can find that again. It might have just been a bunch of red trees. Probably was just a bunch of red trees. This is another T-shape, yeah. And T-shapes are really good for getting the edges like this. That's 4 trees down below. If I could make it 5, it would feel worth it. Is 6 ever worth it to me? I can spawn an extra tree up top by doing this, by spawning one less tree down below. If I could spawn 5 of the trees down here, I'd go for it. But it looks like they're mutually exclusive, those two. Well, mutually exclusive, the 3 trees in the bottom left. Those are what I'm focusing on currently. I could shrink. Let's see what it looks like with a shrink. Because I will have probably 6 of these if I run it back. Well, I shouldn't say that. My sealed boons might make me have 6 of these. Sometimes I might only have 3. Yeah, this spawns all but one of the trees. I shouldn't do this if I'm already spawning 4 trees down. I shouldn't use a shrink to get me 1 more tree. I should use it to get me like 2 to 3 more. So we spawn the 4... Hold on, that's spawning all 5 trees down here. It's only spawning 2 up top, but... 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that is 5. Okay. So we're now up to 128 trees total. It looks like the only thing we could get left on this ridge line is something where it's like a spattering of trees on the edge. Oh, this might have been better for that edge. Ooh, it already looks like it could be. Or it's just going to add to it. I kind of want to test. Okay, so we're going to back this up. This is a possibility to play over there for a lot of trees. But we also have this guy, which is spawning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can we get all 9? We can get 8, which is better than before. We can get everything. Okay, so let's find a better spot for this verdure that isn't on this corner. I mean, we could do this corner, actually. Or... if I can get 5 trees to spawn down below, I'll do this. But that's heavily unlikely. That's 4 trees down below. I don't like it. What about just filling up more of the ridge line here? The top ridge line instead of the bottom ridge line. This works. Sure, we'll just take one that works. It spawns flowers, which is going to stop trees from spawning in the future, but whatever, man. I can't be bothered to put flowers on the edges like this. Should I be? I should be. I should be. All but 1 tree. All trees. Right there. Okay. We up the tree count to 137. We keep going. This guy can now be played down here. Spawning, there was an area to get, 6 trees down below, 1 tree up top. What trees are we missing? More of them down, or more of them in the middle, I think. If we rotate you 1 more, is there a way that we can get both those trees to spawn? No. That one takes too long to spawn in. If we rotate you 1 more, maybe? Ooh, yes. Yes. Oh, man. Fat finger to W key. Is there no way for me to spawn that tree in the top left again? Yeah, I think it's too far away. If I rotate 1 more, there's a possibility? No, no. Okay, we're gonna spawn 8 trees like this. This is 8 trees, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is 8 total. And I want to keep them further to the left, I think? No, further to the right, to make them as tight to the tree up top as I can. There's a possibility I can spawn some more trees down here, but not too likely. We're at 145 total. We've got another, what is it, 6 verdures until we're used up 20? Till we've used up 20 of them? This is 8 trees total, and I'm playing them as close to the edge as I can. I can maybe do this. If I walk it up just a bit further, no, that's out of range. If I rotate you by 1, yeah, that messes everything up. If I rotate you 1 in this direction, it's probably gonna mess everything up too. Yeah, not it. Not it. What about spawning more trees down here? No? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll take 8 trees like this if they're this close to the edge. 153. Looking to spawn some more trees in this pocket down here. That's getting 4 trees down there. Maybe. No. That is. Oh, it needs to be further to the right to get it. What? Okay, that guy only likes to spawn in then. If I rotate you, am I able to get you to spawn still? No. What about in this direction? Yes, I think. There was like a slight time where it peeked through with all the other trees active. There. This is only 7 trees. If I can sneak out an 8th, I'd be very happy. Otherwise, I think I'm going to wait. I'm going to move on to a different area. I could... Okay, what does this guy look like? It's just all of the trees on one side. Okay. All the trees on one side. Yeah, it should fill out this ridge here. That's all 9 of them? Feels too easy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's all 9 of them. Okay. 162 trees total. Okay, well this one isn't going to be able to spawn more trees down there. Most of these trees are centralized, I want to say. It's the T shape. I could probably do a T shape, yeah. The edge of the T along this line here, and then the T punching into this forest. I could also have it punch in here. That might work out better. Because the trees aren't that dense when they punch in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the outside, and 3 punching in. If we can slide you up or down, we might be able to spawn that tree up a bit. I think that's all of them. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this is all 9. Okay. That ups us to 171 and makes a very condensed area here. We've still got another 3 verdures until we've hit like our 20 verdure breakpoint, which I think this area would require 30 verdures to be fully packed, like as much as I am doing it currently. I want to find a way to get some trees down on that edge, but I don't think this is the verdure to do it. It is nice that with me having 30 verdures, I do get to like be a bit more picky and choosy with when I want to ship them. I know that I'm gonna come across different verdure variants. This could be fine. I want to spawn that last tree up top somehow. I need to move it much further to the left. Yeah. Can I move it further up and that helps? Sure. Okay, let's try rotating you down by 1 to see if that works. Nope, that makes it worse. Let's try rotating you up by 1. That makes it much worse. Let's try rotating you 360 degrees. Maybe 1 more rotation. This feels like I'm not leaving many spaces around the area for a verdure that I'm placing into this pocket to be able to hit. This is only spawning 8. Yeah, no, that isn't it. I think I'm going to go with my original... Ooh, wait. I could maybe get 5 trees down in this area here. 4 trees so far. We don't get the extra one in the middle. I could maybe find a way to spawn 4 trees, but it's not going to get 5 ever. I'm going to go back to the original 8 that I saw, this guy. And there's no way to get that last red tree, so we just call it quits here at 8. It's a small spattering. I could maybe see playing this one. Okay, with the 8 played, I need to update my number. We're at 179 trees so far. Let's see what this one looks like. It is 5 on one side, 3 on the other. It's the exact same one that I played before. So it's just that the forest is already dense that makes it look like this position is better, when it really isn't. It isn't any different than what I was trying to play before. Which means I'm not ever going to find anything that's above a 7 or an 8. Or I'm not going to find anything that's above a 7. I'm definitely not finding an 8, and I should still be playing for 8s first. Well, I don't... It's not that I should be, it's that I want practice with. This is spawning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... This is spawning 8 out of the 9 total trees. I don't think there's a way to get that red tree to spawn in easily. It has to be pulled down too far, or pulling up doesn't work. And we want to pull it further to the right first to get it to spawn in. Could I rotate you by 1 to get everything to fit? I think so. It spaces out the trees a bit more, but 9 trees is 9 trees. Okay, and that ups us to 188 overall. One more verdure and we'll be at the 20 verdure breakpoint. I'm interested to see, like, when I post screenshots in the Discord of, like, the progressions, how many, or, like, the final set of trees that I have on this island. I want people to guess how many verdures I had to do to place it. Because, like, I was expecting 70 verdures to go a lot longer of a way. They did not. There's just not enough space for them. Oh, I forgot that I can get a little bit tricky with some terraces to fill out extra green space here, or some green wall platforms, or a green plateau. I'm not going to do so for this run, but if I ever run this challenge back, know that you can play, like, you can increase your green area by playing these platforms. I mean, even an adaptable water platform, if it's green. Yeah, got lucky on this one too. And the water platform can benefit from all of the trees too. Okay. Ooh, that's looking like a lot, but okay. I should stray away from playing ones that are too dense for right now. Nine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 8 trees total. Can I get this to be any closer to the wall and still spawn that many trees? This is still spawning 8, but the trees down below are getting closer to a corner, which is better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm good with this one. So that ups us to 196. Let's play a verdure. There's got to be a way that I can get all of these guys to fit. Feels like there has to be. If I rotate it by 1, maybe? Come on. Ooh, that's all 9 trees. Now let's just see how tight we can get it to the left side. If I pull it down, is that better? I think I'm good with... As soon as I get this right. Yeah, there is fine. And that's 6 on the bottom, 3 on the top, for 9 total, upping us to 205. Ladies and gentlemen, we have hit more than 200 trees on one island. I'm not going to use the sauna yet. I'm going to wait till I plant all my trees so that I can, like, see how big of a number it is all in one go. Want the rush of dopamine, not a slow drip feed. Ooh, with 4 trees planted on that wall and 1 up top? Oh, I can't plant all 4 on that wall at once. Yeah, there's so many flowers here that, like, I can't get very many. Ooh, I can actually get a lot of trees spawned. This is 5 on the bottom, 2 on the top. This is 7 total. I think I can make it 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's still 7. Okay, that isn't it. And if I rotate it an extra one up here, maybe that spawns more trees up top? I think this might be it here. This might be the placement I'm going for. 5 on the bottom, 2 on the top. I'm looking for 1 more tree and then I'll be happy. Okay, how do I spawn this extra tree? It's either pull it down by a lot or do nothing. Okay, so I do just have to pull it down like all the way into here. It's pull it left and down. And that's too far down. So I'm not going to get that tree to spawn. So I need to look for where the other tree is. Which there's 5 to spawn down below, and I think there's only 4 of them spawning currently. There should be 1 above this guy. Oh, it's in the flower pool. I guess I do have to commit to only 7 trees if I want to place this guy. Okay, I'll do so. I'll do so. It's very much keeping things to the corner, which I like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trees. We're up to 212. We've got another 8 Verdures to play until we get down to our like break point of 30. These 5 trees can't be played down there easily. Can they be played on this section? Ooh, they can be played on 2 separate heights? Odd, but if it works, it works. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 6 trees. Not what I want to go with. I guess I could play this out here where I don't really know. Because, like, the T-shapes have got to be my least favorite. I'm coming to realize. Playing this many Verdures in a row. This is spawning all 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'll just play it here. Forget about it. We're up to 221 trees. I'm gonna go to the other side to see what this looks like. Oh, right, there's not very much space. It's another... Yeah, that's a T-shape. Okay. I think I found something that... Well, it's really hard to say if you find something that looks good. It changes in an instant when you move it anywhere. Yeah, I really wouldn't know where to start with like describing to somebody how you get to play very good Verdures. You really just have to feel it out and then get meticulous, tweak it bit by bit to see if you can find any way to get an extra tree to come in. Not being afraid to rotate by 1 or 2 angles. This is 6 trees currently. This is a better late game one. I might just throw it down to get rid of a T shape. Come on, you can appear at 7. That is 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trees. Okay. We're now at 228. 6 Verdures left to go. Yeah, I'm not... Oh, I am able to spawn all the trees on the bottom, but that doesn't leave me much space to spawn all the trees up top. If I rotate you outwards by 1, does that help? Helps with spawning the top trees, but not the bottom trees. This is 7 trees. I want to try to find a better spot with this much open area. Ooh, this could be good. I really just want, yeah, the tree down below to spawn in, but it takes too much movement forward to get that to happen. One, two, three, four. That's only 6. That definitely isn't it. Think we have to sacrifice that one tree. That's 7 total. We'll look for 8 and then call it. I remember finding an 8 here earlier. It might have just been a 7. Come on, these guys can't be mutually exclusive like that. There we go. That's 8. Yep, okay. We're up to 236. And we're down in the hole by 400 points off of playing, what is it, 25 Verdures so far? It's getting harder and harder to play them. As is evident. What about playing you down below again? That could work. I will look to spawn 3 of the trees up top. If I can. I might only get 2. Ooh, this is actually nice. Spawning all 5 of my trees on that side. And hopefully I can get 3 trees up top. No, it needs to be pulled down much too far to be able to spawn in. I don't know what's stopping it from spawning in when I move it up like that. Could I do something like this? Rotating it up by 1? No, it doesn't look like it. And rotating it down... yeah, that doesn't seem to help either. This is looking kind of nice. We've got 7 trees spawned so far. Let's see if we can find an 8th. There's the 8th. I am comfortable. I'm very comfortable with this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait. 2, 3. Yeah, that's 8. Okay. 244 trees total. And now we try to fit a Verdure down here. Yeah. And even this gets 7? Yeah, I'm gonna be fine with 7. 1, 2. Yep. Okay. Then that ups us to 251 trees total. And now, it's hard to tell what this Verdure is. Just a conglomeration around the cursor. Maybe it does well on this corner. Can maybe spawn 5. Let's try to find something better than 5 elsewhere. We can also probably spawn 6. Maybe we can get it up to 7. Let's wiggle around, because we've got 6 currently. 6 trees right now. Nope, 6 might be the max. I will take a Verdure for 6. I might undo this guy if my next Verdure proves to be any better. But I do not think that to be likely. Yeah, we can't get that tree. Okay. It is just 6 points. or 6 trees. That ups us to 257. And where next? So this looks fully covered. Might be able to get in here a little bit. But if I do so, it's probably only 6 trees. Let's look for somewhere that's a bit easier to play around first. Maybe this area looks slightly sparse. Not enough to do anything with, though. Okay, what about down here? That's looking pretty good. Let's see if we can find a way to get some more trees in. I really want to get the 3 trees in the bottom left to start spawning, and then I like center my build around them. But it looks like I can only get 2. This might allow me to get 3. Nope. And moving it up further doesn't help either. Okay. Yeah, angling it this way is no help. What if we move the 5 trees to be spawning down there instead? I think I just have to be content with only spawning 6 trees per. This is 5 so far. If I spawn that tree up there, that could be 6. This is 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, this is not 7. Why did I think it was? This is looking promising. And it isn't. Okay, let's just start looking in like the straight center for anything that works well. This is 7 trees total, so it's already better than anything we found so far. That is 7 trees still. You can maybe up it to 8. Nope. That is all 5 trees on the bottom, but I'm not spawning enough up top. Still not spawning enough up top. I want to keep rotating this around. This spawn the 5 trees down here and see if the 3 trees can show up anywhere nicely on the outsides. No. What if we swap the sides? 5 trees are being spawned on the upper lip? No, probably not. What if we do the same thing down here? Nope. Okay, looks like we take the 7 trees that were spawned here before. Which I think was another rotation up, and then we did... There's gotta be a way I can shimmy this around. Yeah, there's 7 trees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 264 trees total. I'm spawning a lot less trees than I was expecting to. I thought these guys were gonna be a lot skinnier. Which... Hold on. They aren't as skinny as some other tropical islands. I kid you not, there are tropical islands out there that don't have the, like, ferns as big. It's gotta be. I might have to go to some of my other runs. They look more like neon green. I'm not going crazy, am I? I'm probably just going crazy. All right, this is the last verdure before we hit our 30 mark, which is my, like, I guess I should say arbitrary cutoff, not an actual cutoff. It feels like the amount of verdures that I would get, well, okay. It would be that I'd ping pong back and forth a bunch. I could do the math of if I play 15 verdures, I can probably get 8 trees to spawn on half of them, 9 trees to spawn on the other half. If I play 30, I'm going to be spawning 8 trees on average, and any more than that, I'm spawning like 7 to 6 trees on average. So it's just not worth it to earn any more than the 30 or so. So this is probably worth 5. Yep, I can make it worth 5 down there. Where else are you good? Ooh, let's use our shrink now that we've like fully saturated this area. See how well that bodes to getting new trees in. Oh, it really doesn't. Okay, so shrink is really only if you want to have... I guess maybe I can get the ridges filled out a bit better. Because this I was having troubles with some of my other pieces. Some of my other verdure sets. That's filling out 6. There's got to be better than 6 out there. That's 5. And there's nothing back in the original area that I played that's... This area looks a bit sparse. I can try filling out some of this. Yeah, if you want to place more than 30 verdures, you're just a masochist. This is even getting pedantic for me. I guess I could just play on this corner then. Let me try doing it without shrink first. Okay, looks roughly the same. So long as some of the trees up above still get spawned, I will not use a shrink. Six. We'll take 6. Nice. 270. All right, that's the arbitrary 30 limit. I'm going to see if there's any other verdures that like I'm massively missing out on now that I've got... Is this a different verdure than what I've been trying to place? I think so. Okay, let's take screenshot number 1. I think from here is fine. Man, it's a absolute forest. Okay, and now we use our last 43 to just, I don't know, get whatever smattering of trees we can find. If I'm seeing 4 trees, I'm going to take it. With how hard it's been to find 5 or 6. All right, another 4 trees for 274. And I might have miscounted now because I might have played 1 verdure without counting it. The last verdure. This feels like a shrink could be in order. Seeing some trees down below that like want to spawn but won't. Okay, not finding it. Let's just move to a different area. That is 5 trees. We should just take it. It is also minus 91 points because it's in the middle of where I've been placing all of my flowers. Come on, show me the 5th tree here. It is 5. Oh, I was looking for a 6th tree. Which I'm not gonna get, am I? No. Alright, that is another 5 trees to up us to 284 so far. I'm also going to note myself as being 800 points beneath water here, just so that I know that, what is it, like, what the different breakpoints of, like, how many more trees am I playing? I know that, like, on a better run, I'm going to be expunging all of these points, but on this run, I want to know if I'm, like, close to world record or if I'm far. I want to be able to do the point calculations as if I wasn't making all of these plays for science. That's 4. Can we find a 5th? It would not seem so. Oh, there's a 5th. Okay, 5 trees. And find another 5. That is another 5. And I'm not going to go for 6. Okay, so we are now at 294. Moving with the slower mouse is so weird. It's so nice for playing these Verdures, though. Or no. Sure, I'll take 4. I don't want to, but I will. Is that 5 that I saw? No? Ooh, this could be nice. But it's not going to be. Maybe if I rotate it? Nope. It's 4. And we're really not getting the one down below. I guess not. Ooh, 5 trees. 5 trees. That's up another 9. We are now at 303 for the amount of trees that we have. And out of the last few Verdures that I've played, I've massively tanked my score. Do I think that if I keep up with this pace, I'm just going to go negative eventually? Whatever. We're still going to do it for science. I mean, I could also do the funny thing of just, like, planting down a bunch of fish, but this isn't a tundra biome. It's a tropical. I'm going to play to my strengths. Play to the island's strengths. feel like with how little I'm talking and how many micro movements I have to do, you'd be able to stitch together the entire OST from this one video. 4 trees is enough, sure. Come on, show me the 5th tree. Show me that 5th tree. Come on! Ah, it's not happening. Okay, let's try scanning around the area with the shrink for a bit. Because I want you to imagine, like, this is already, with just the flowers, minus 108. Imagine this with a score malt, or even with how many trees there are, an increased area when the trees are blossomed. That's a pretty big negative amount. I think the guild halls still beat it out, but if you're going for a nature interaction strategy, it could, I don't want to say it could be the difference maker. I mean, if you don't have to collect boons early, I guess if you don't have to collect boons early and you do only replace once for verdures, and you just duplicate an amount of mountain shrines, you're not trying to get an excess amount by replacing into them, it would save you a lot of rerolls, it would get you the exact boons that you want, it would be a lot less stressful of a run. I do think that, like, nature interactions in general, doing at least one replace of cliff houses at the beginning of the game into verdures is optimal. I don't know if spawning mountain shrines afterward, or spawning a second building with the replace mechanic, like, beside verdure, is optimal. I think it's asking too much for only having 27 sealed boons. If you had 35, like if you're almost always going to hit the boons that you need in like duplicates, then I think it would be fine. There is another 5. Okay, that ups us to 312 total, I believe. God. Scanning over this and just seeing a big negative, like seeing all the flowers show up but none of the trees, is so odd. There's too much red on my screen. Where's all the yellow? There's 4. I remember seeing 5 when I first panned into this area. Probably right here. I'll take the 4. We're at 316. Four is enough to take. Just need to find it again. There it is. There's 4. Oh, I shouldn't have moved that because there was another 4 immediately after. All right, we're up to 324 trees on the island with still another 30 verdures to go. Yeah, the difference between, what is it? Us having, I think it was like 50, like using these 20 verdures has been next to nothing. We're spawning half the amount of trees with each verdure that we place down. 5 trees, we take those. Up to 329. Once we hit the 23 breakpoint, so playing another 7 Verdures, then I'm going to log how many trees I've spawned overall to see if it's like a meaningful difference. The number before we at 30 was 270. The number afterwards is going to be, I want to say ballparking it at 350. It's like spawning 80 trees by having another 30 Verdure. No, that seems off. I've probably only played 20 since. Yeah, because it was 43 Verdures that I had, so I've played 13 since, and I've... Wait, that can't be right either. No, I guess I have only been spawning 4 trees per. Yeah, it's just impossible at this point. I could put down a plateau and, like, kind of cheat. Do I even just play this for 3 trees at this point? Yeah, I'm gonna go crazy. Otherwise, we're at 332. Spawning just 4 trees down there. Hey, I'll take it. At 326? 336. 336 total. Sure, we'll spawn another 3 trees. That's 339. There's 4. For 343 so far. Does anybody else have the number 343 burned into their head as like a special number because of how many times they had to see the logo when they were booting up Halo when they were younger? 343 Industries? Honestly, it's probably just a me thing. Got 3 trees here. 346 total. It's so difficult to find any trees to spawn in anymore. Or good spots for them, I guess. I don't know. It still feels like the outside is like where I'm able to find them most plentiful instead of anywhere in the center. Wonder why that is. That's another 3 trees. We're at 349. And this next tree that goes down is 20 Verdures after our original 30, and we've only gained 80 trees, so on average 4. So the first 30 was on average like 8 trees that I added. Now, that number's been cut in half. And there's nothing that I can do about it. And if I were to spread out to new areas, like over here, then it's not, what is it, keeping all of the points on my hermitage, my mountain shrines, my saunas, like, close together. There's no reason to build a green area bigger than this. With that being said, I think it's finally time to give me that sense of dopamine. I just want to see how many ones there are. Oh my god. It's so beautiful. Oh my goodness. It can't reach all of them. Oh, it can reach a lot more than I was expecting. Man. Man, I want to have a mountain shrine to see all of these light up so badly. I need to do a rerun of this. Uh, I'm gonna say right now, it's gonna be a while before that happens because Slay the Spire 2 is coming out in 2 days. I am not gonna be playing any other game but that with my friends for quite some time. Hmm. Do I even consider placing more trees? Do I need to? Because, like, at this point, I'm only going to be playing 3 or 2, and I'll probably always be able to find a spot that plays 3 or 2 until I get down to maybe, like, 10 verdures. I think this has, like, proven my point enough that, like, you are really capped at 30. You could maybe get lucky with a wall platform providing you some extra space. Let's actually do that and see, like, how many verdures I can play on a wall platform if I'm playing it after the fact instead of before the fact. I can do the exact same by putting a plateau here, because that's also like a square green space to play on. So, how many trees am I able to get onto a plateau in one go? It is like entirely dependent on the verdures, like the formations that I get. This is hitting 5 on there, 2 off of it, so I can probably expect to get like 7 per. And I can probably expect to get 3 sevens. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So after I played the plateau, let me just write this down. Plateau hits 7 into 8 into... We're hoping to get another one that's pretty high on this. I'm going to say I'm only hitting 6. I think the previous placement was actually a mistake and I should push it further to the edge. Even if it does spawn one less tree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's placing 7. Alright, can we get another 7? It looks like it. So it really feels like when you're playing Verdures, you should play them from the outside in. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 8, actually. Okay. And can we get one more Verdure down on this guy? Because it looks like this area is a bit sparser than the rest of them. That's 5. I do think that 5 will be the best that we can find. Yeah, so if you play a plateau, it seems like 3 verdures is what you're aiming to play on top of it. 4 gets dicey. How did I even have this lined up before? Like I said, it's not like imperative that I play all of these trees here. Okay, let me look elsewhere to see what the trees look like to try to help me set this up. Okay, probably like this. Maybe one more tilt to the side. Then we play it further up. Come on, show me 4 trees. Can I pull it back a bit to get that tree? Can I pull it a bit forward to get that tree? No. Alright, yeah, it does feel like the 5 trees that I'm getting here is my best bet. So 3 trees on the ground, 2 trees up top. Alright. I might be able to fit another 5. Let's do it for science. No. Plateaus get filled up after 3 verdures. You can stuff a 4th one into there if you want, but it's not worth it. Let's get a wall platform down. So, do I even play the rest of my buildings? No, they're not going to amount to a meaningful amount of points. I'm already 2,000 points down, which is like getting rid of a bunch of my score loops and the like. Wait, how much is a statue worth? It's going to be the same amount because it's like 1 point per tree, but it's also getting a point per flower. Okay. Oh, and I do have a hermitage? How much is this gonna be? Okay, so it's not as big of a scoring area, so it's a bit hard to tell, but like anywhere within here, it's worth the 300 points. I could only imagine if these guys were blossomed. I could only imagine a mountain shrine. I need to rerun. I need to run this back. Before I put down this game, I need to run this back. Wall platform can go wherever, so we can put a green wall platform up in a higher density area, which is like here. Make sure we don't delete any trees as we do so. I feel like that hasn't deleted any trees. It's really hard to tell, but I'm going to call it there. And now we're going to see how we would play a verdure on top of this, because you can lock your verdure on top of this, or you can try playing it underneath. And I don't know if that's going to like cause any differences. We are still going to try playing to the corners, or like to the edge as best we can. I'm actually liking this. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's all 9 trees. Okay, so I can get 9 on my wall platform. For the first one, it's probably just a lucky verdure hit, as in like a good shape to fit on the wall platform. Other ones might not be so nice. I think this is the same shape, so I think we might be getting just as lucky on this run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's only 7. What if we shrink this? Is that going to help at all? Does it bring the verdures closer together? Or the trees, I guess I should say. Yeah, not the verdures. Does it bring the trees closer? If it doesn't bring them closer, at least makes the trees smaller so that they can duck underneath some of them that they couldn't previously. If I can spawn all of these trees here, then I'll do so. No. Can I rotate you at all to help you spawn in? I don't believe I could. Ooh, this might actually be better. One, two, three, four, five, 6. That's 8 on the second one. It is shrunken though. Let's test what it looks like without being shrunken. It does bring them closer together, we'll say. So if you really want to, you can save your shrinks for your wall platforms and your plateaus. I'm going to play this as 7, though, instead. This is 7, right? It's 5, 6, 7. Yep. And then can we get another set of trees anywhere nicely to cap this off? What does this guy look like? Alright, it's one of the worst shapes for us. We should try playing the 5 trees first. All right, I will take the 5 that we get here. I'm not expecting to get many more. Just like on the plateau. Okay, so it looks like wall platforms and plateaus play about the same. It's just that on the plateau, we were able to get 2 that were lined up along the back a bit nicer, with some trees getting spawned out here. On the wall platform, all of the trees were spawned up here, which means that there's just like less space on the wall platform to stack more trees. So wall platforms and plateaus should take about 3 verdures each. You can kind of use that to like space yourself out for like how much space this is. Like, let's say that's 1, 2, 3 plateaus, 4, I want to say, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then probably like 10 for all of this ridge line. So this is 10 plateaus worth of space. And hey, we played 30 verdures, so it kind of maps out well. It's a bit hard to say exactly how many of the plateaus would like take up. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9 if we're counting the ridge down here, and then the 10th one is this sliver down here, or all of the stuff that I didn't count from before. So yeah, it's roughly 10 plateaus to be able to fill up this space, which is a good ballpark to have in mind when you're trying to fill up when I'm going to be running this back and I'm going to be trying to fill it up again. Now, about a hermitage in this area, I think if I put a wall platform here, or I guess I could put a terrace, worst comes to worst. Yeah, because this wall platform destroys a bunch of trees. The terrace is going to destroy some, but not as many as the hermitage would. And it can give it a more central position, maybe. We can undo this guy if we'd like to. I want to see how much a hermitage in the middle is with the terrace. 372. It can just be worth that amount on the ground over here, though, right? Yeah, the terrace is unnecessary. It does stop less things from being destroyed, but that doesn't matter currently. It's so funny that rotating it, not changing the range at all, but just changing the amount of things that it destroys has a discrepancy on its points. Anyways, what do I want to do to finish off this level? Is there anything? Ooh, let me see how much a lumberjack is worth. 75. I haven't even brought this into the main area yet. 166. I've never seen a lumberjack like this before. Not even when I've done other Verdure shenanigans, because I haven't. No, that isn't natural. I maybe shouldn't have played this many Verdures because scoring this many points off 5 lumberjacks, 2 statues, and the hermitage plus the sauna, like it. We'll see how much the nature interaction points are. I feel like I'm going to be gypped out on them. Like, okay, what have I gotten for nature interaction points yet? I know that statues and blossoms are a special case. They do not count for nature interactions. So the only things that should are the sauna, the hermitage, the park, and the lumberjacks. So I can count up every single nature interaction point I get and make sure that the game is calculating them correctly, because I have felt like I've missed out on them before. Lumberjacks only get points off of trees, right? There's no sauna in range, there's no sawmill in range, there's no statue, and blooming trees are the same as trees. So every single point here is from a tree. This lumberjack is hitting 193 trees. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. We're only going to make back the 2,000 points, but if we make back the 2,000 points, that's an extra, like, I want to say 6,000. What? If every single point of these is a nature interaction, we make back all of them. That's about 3,000 to 4,000 points in just nature interaction stuff, which is like a guild hall inversion if you do it really well. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Whatever. I'll take a final picture of this. And now we actually play our lumberjacks, our saunas, our everything that gets points off of these guys. The Hermitage should definitely not be played first, because it's going to stamp out a bunch of the trees. It doesn't like lumberjacks at a rate of -5. I think, yeah, I'm willing to just take a hit on -5 points if it gets me more nature interactions. I'm willing to take a hit on -25 with how many of the lumberjacks I will have to play. Let me just scan. The best area seems to be here because of the extra wall platform, giving some more trees to this area. I don't want to take up this space because that's where the Hermitage will go. And this is up to 160, 170 out here. So it's still just best to play them all up in this corner. Sure, let's delete 4 trees to play 3 trees to play 1 lumberjack. God, and you can move it so slightly and it already earns an extra point. The numbers vary so much. 170, but this is actually 180 or roughly that because of the 2 lumberjacks that it's beside. So it's still worth more nature interactions than, say, something that's down here in the middle. And I kind of want to save this spot for parks without lumberjacks. I want to have all the lumberjacks take up one area so that I don't have to worry about, like, parks not fitting well around them. Also, when I do start playing parks, I might play them on top of terraces and then some underneath afterwards, because the parks could have a good enough range. We'll wait for the points to trickle in. I should have played statues before the lumberjacks. That is my bad. Let's look to play them. We're getting 471 in the middle, and that is that higher than our sauna? Yeah, our sauna is only getting 360, only getting 360. So let's score malt those 2 statues. And I don't think we can bargain these statues, but we could definitely bargain our saunas. No, it's worth too few points up there. Rotating it? Wait, it's so weird. Some of the numbers go in front of each other and behind each other when you rotate it like this. I wonder what dictates that. And is this just leading 2 more trees when it rotates? Oh, it's also sliding back to see a new one sometimes. Okay. I don't think there's anything better than just score malting our next statue. Or let me see if I can bargain first. No, I cannot bargain this guy. It has to be bargaining on the saunas. I'm just going to review the VODs to see if the nature interactions feel off, because I do not feel like keeping track of them. It's going to take me way too long. This guy is worth 389. I think the sauna is going to be worth slightly more by the end of things. No, 400 is still probably worth more. Let's score malt it then. God, a precious would also go crazy on a pyre or a hut, which I bet I have. Yeah, I do have a precious because I've gotten all of the sealed boons. Am I able to walk this up the wall? Come on. Okay, good enough. And I do not want to be hearing those sounds for a while, so let's do that to get rid of them. Hey, we've made back all of the almost all of the points from the Verdures. Let's place our imposter. Precious Hut, where are you? Here. He's like a... Oh, it's 400. I've got to make this worth 420. Oh, never mind. That's a lot more than I was expecting. Just moving it down the hill earned me an extra 30 points. It's not going to be worth it up there. It's really silly what you can do with this game. Oh, yeah, we can't play the shamans for, like, massive points over here because we're not blossoming. Okay. Well, I can still play them for 195 over here. Sure. And 166. Good enough for me. Oh, guys, we get to draw buildings again! Huge! Oh my god, we hit a cliff house! Oh wait, it's actually a 1x1. That's nice. Oh my god, we hit another cliff house! it's another 1x1. Okay, not a cliff house this time. What else? What else? Let's get the saunas down before they delete too many of the trees. Before things, just in general, delete too many of the trees. I am good with this, and then we're just gonna bargain that twice, right away. I guess we can neighborly them. There might be things that are worth more on the neighborly, but... what else? Wait, I think I've tested this. Does a neighborly verdure count? Like, does it count the flowers against it? It doesn't! Ooh, I forgot about that. I was gonna say to the contrary. Yeah, nothing else is gonna be a neighborly, it's just gonna be a sustainable. So we do this. We grab you. We place you down again. Is putting it on the backside better? I never tested that. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be, because it's not in the center of a bunch of trees. Yahoo! Another cliff house! Okay, it's not a 1x1 this time. I was hoping to, like, have the same exclamation that the game just thought of doing the exact same thing. I guess the last 16 verdures can just be fissures down here. I should be overlaying, yeah, at least one fish at the same time. Oh, and I spawned an extra flower. My bad. Well, I can still take all right points. Well, okay, because I don't have harbors, I shouldn't be spawning, what is it, too many fish at negative points. I should just be spawning them close by. Like, this is still fine, in my opinion. Let's use a shrink building on this one, actually. This is gonna be really funny. If we go... Where is it? Yeah, shrink. Just wasn't able to visually recognize it for a second. Oh, it doesn't shrink the radius, it just shrinks the actual fish themselves. Forgot about that one. Okay, well, let me just do... What was it? I think it was this that I played. Yeah, and I can play you much further out. Does this sustainable work on Verdures as well? Yeah, I didn't think so. We've got one more neighborly that's just gonna go to a Verdure in the center of everything. Yeah. Yeah. That earned me enough points to get to the next round? Hey, another cliff house. Right, how much would a seaweed farm be worth in this area? Okay, not as negative as I thought. I'm just expecting it to be like, it's the only negative that I remember being on fish. This still isn't even beating, what is it, the one, time that I got 12 verdures on a tundra map because I was able to take buildings in a particular order to get an extra set of verdure in my drop pool, and tundra spawned 4 fish instead of 3. So you can make them a bit more condensed than this. 102 is still nothing to scoff at. Oh, it's 106. Yeah, I probably should have checked for something that's worth slightly more. How many sustainables do I have? 6. What am I going to use them on? 2 seaweed farms, 4 fishers? Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing else that I could really hit. I could use one on a lumberjack, but... tab 2. And a fisher. Alright. Tab 2, and then pick up our next fisher. Tab 2, fisher. Tab 2, and then our fisher. Can we get 104? Can. I don't think there's a place that I can get 106 again. Yeah. Okay. There we are. All of these fishers are going to hit nature interactions as well, which is something that I forgot to consider and will be worth a lot of extra points. All of them are worth... a fisher gets 2 points per fish. Doubled because of it being a nature interaction. Okay. What is next? Oh, it could be funny is I could put seaweed farms out in the middle of... Wait. I've got an idea. Adaptable? Seaweed farm. It just goes in the middle of nowhere. I don't have enough seaweed fields to, like, warrant this, but then you could place all of the fields around it, like, as close as they possibly could be. I just need some of these guys to be sustainable, so this isn't worth it, in my opinion. Just placing it here will be fine. And then tab 2 for sustainable. Tab 2 for another sustainable. All of our seaweed fields. I have enough adaptables that I could just place all my wheat fields on the water if I felt like it. So silly. It's so silly. I guess I could continue with my forest again. I just got caught up with playing the buildings at the front of my bar, but I realized that I still have my 1 lumberjack, hermitage, and then my parks. So you go here. I think we play the hermitage first. Yeah, because the parks are going to delete more than 1 tree, and they're only worth 5 points in the eyes of the hermitage. This just deletes a lot of trees that our parks could otherwise be seeing. I could put a terrace down to put this on top of the terrace. I think I like that better. If I had more verdures, I should have put more trees on top of these things. Let's go 1. Let's see how well a hermitage does on top of that. 313 points. I think if I were to move it up into the right some more, it's going to get me some more points. So let's go here. Especially on an area where not many parks can reach because it's on a ridgeline. And we grab the hermitage again. It's only 289. Okay, so then right here, just smack dab in the middle. Right, smack dab in the middle. Do we have another shrink? We have another shrink, which means that we can fit 2 hermitages up here, which we do not have. Forgot about that part. Okay. I could still try shrinking it because parks up here could be worth a lot. Parks down here are worth more. Yeah, I'm just gonna play parks down out in the fields. Man, oh. Seeing a 66-point park and knowing that it gets double points on blossomed areas means that this park could have been worth 120 points. And I've got 11 of them. 70? This could have been worth 140 points is what you're telling me. It's not even a range of the hermitage. It's not that like hermitage is scaling it by 5 points or anything. You're just telling me this guy could be worth 150 points? Right, I forgot. The wall platforms could also make these guys go crazy. I'm going to wait for a skinny park to go underneath there to try to maximize its scoring. See what its like highest potential is. Beautiful. Another park. You know, for all of the like me saying that, oh, this probably isn't going to hit world record. This is a lot of points on a lot of my buildings. This is a lot of points. I'm not going to get there with my residential buildings, but you also don't draw like a swath, a large amount of them. It is only Island 9. It's not Island 19. Okay, it's worth more up here. I guess it deletes less trees up here. That's probably why. These parks are gonna end at one point. I'm not gonna be able to play 60-point parks anymore. Because if you were to only change your cliff houses into verdures, you're not getting more than your 40 cliff houses at the beginning. I mean, you're not able to play your cliff houses, but you should just be playing for high nature interactions anyways. So, like, you'd be likely to draw your 3 hermitages, your, I think it's 2 mountain shrines, maybe 3, and your 3 saunas, or you'd be more likely to. So I think, yeah, just replacing once at the beginning for parks, or sorry, for verdures is the way to go. Ah, no more parks to play. Okay. What else do I get to do? I get to do this? Oh, I've got a silly idea. Where do I want to put this? Let's put it right here. Right here. Then tab 1. Here's our mansion. No, it's not the correct angle. We need to do this, I believe. Hold on. No, too far out. Let's go again. Good enough. Let's just make sure that there's enough space to play a building between. There's not. Okay. This should leave enough space. Oh, right. It's because I'm not using an adaptable building. That's why it's red. Oh my god. Okay. And then you go off of this guy, I believe? No, I need the other L shapes for mansions. I guess I could just do this. That works. Right there. And that should snap out. Yep. Oh, we finally got a corner piece. Can I get this in range of the city center? Ah, it's fine. It looks pretty. Oh, we got a second one. All right, well, I guess there's... Did we get a third one? No, we did get the piece that I wanted. The piece that I was looking for. Nice. Well, that worked out really well. She's beautiful. I don't know what it is, the lost city of Atlantis, but it's just a bunch of things on the water because I had that many adaptables for it. I saw that I had a certain amount of mansions and a city center, and I went for it. Oh no, guys, I can't put my temple out here. I ran out of adaptables. I just slot a terrace in beside it. All right, let's put the wall ladder out where nobody's ever gonna see it. Okay, hard to tell if this is ever going to connect without... Okay, that's earning us points. 293. That's a properly laddered wall. You can use the score wheel on the bottom left to tell if you're properly laddering it or not. That was not. They'll never know. There we go. That's it. That'll be it too. Now I can see them. Oh, I didn't zoom out all the way. Ah, it's fine. Nobody's ever gonna know. And we have an extra mansion. Okay, wheat fields can go down. I guess here works. Be enough space for all 13 of them. I should have passed my wisp onto these buildings. Kind of forgot that I had a wisp, to be honest. No plateaus to swap this onto, but I can put a city center down here and have a bunch of houses get a lot of points. Ooh, another shaman. I know where this guy's going. We've got some fish kites. I wonder where the towers should go. Yeah, I wonder. Pretty tough choice. Just gotta figure out a way to get 2 of them in here properly. Let's go there. And that's a bit too close. So we can take you at 131 points. 135. Ooh, we can hit that other statue to get maybe a bit more. Take you at 138 and see if there's a way that I can get this guy out of range. No, not really. Let's play this tower first then. The other one second. 124 is a respectable enough amount of points. And 134 is nearly what we played it for last time. Oh, a 4th shaman? Don't mind if I do. Do they actually all just go up here? So I don't think there's a... Oh, sure. We'll put one down here. Oh, misplayed. Didn't play my cliff house before my towers and my shaman. What am I gonna do? Alright. 2 circuses. Tavern to go down beside all of the cliff houses for sure. We might have to... No, Ooh, because I didn't put the shaman down up here, it actually saved me enough space for a tavern. That's fun. I could honestly just like wall platform out the back end, but how much is a mansion worth here, by the way? It doesn't hit enough cliff houses. It's not going to be enough. Let's get some hop fields down beside these 2 statues. And a brewery. That fits. Enough. It fits enough. A monument to rock all of the parks. It can go up here. I forgot to play a bunch of parks up here. That's on me. The huts. Ooh, the huts could have scaled the cliff houses. Yeah, and they're out of range of both the city centers, but it's not the end of the world. We should... I'm gonna play a wall platform here so that I can play my 8 huts on it easily. Actually, does a temple do well here? No. Does a temple do well over here? If I could terrace in this area, but I can't terrace directly over top of this. I could probably just like delete this guy with a demolish. It's minus 20 points. I think I can undo a demolish. Let's see how this works out. Temple. We can shrink it. It'll be worth 55. It'll be worth 95, maybe? We can hope for it to be worth like around 87. Okay, sure. Let's shrink. Temple you. Good. There might have been some other buildings that want to be beside this temple, like the mansions or whatever, but I'm not going to concern myself with it. I guess, yeah, there is no other spot that I've made for mansions currently. So we can just have one tuck in back here. And then the huts go on this wall platform I created. Ooh, a plateau. To go beside my masons? To go beside my masons. A little bit late to follow up the temple there, buddy. The market doesn't scale off of cliff houses at all. It doesn't scale off of anything currently in the build. The warehouses scale off of this stuff, though, and then that's going to help scale the market. So we put one far out here. I guess we put one maybe close on this side so that the market can follow up behind it. So we do something like this. And then like this, we've got space for a market in here. Nice. And then we can double up our warehouses on this side here. Market goes down. Our sawmills could have been beside these warehouses. I think they're worth more. Yeah, around the lumberjacks. And that's why we wait. Okay. Park is not worth it up here. Too many things have been deleted from the parks nearby. At the edges of the terrace. Ooh, 60 points. We'll take 60. I'm not going to take too much longer to look for points. It's getting a bit late here. I'd like to finish up this run. I am very, like, excited to see what the nature interactions are going to be. Cliff House can go... Here does more than fine. We've got a 45-point fish kite, a 35-point fish kite, and a 35-point fish kite. All right, looks like it's the 45-pointers. I guess I can get, ooh, 80. Never mind. Can I get, like, 2 80s? Oh, unlikely. Do I have a neighborly still? I think I do. I do not. I do have an increase area, and I forgot to use that on my hermitage, or one of my lumberjacks, or one of my parks. Let's see if we can't get enough points to be able to get one more round of buildings. Or one more building that could be something that could use that increase area on the parks. I don't want to ruin this with a water platform beside it to be able to get the fountain. Oh, right, this needs to be able to hit as many trees as it can for nature interaction points. Oh, that's lovely. Getting it under there. Can I get it under here for even more? 50? 52? 52? And that should be enough to get me another building. It's so close. Okay. Wall platform just for a base amount of points. Like over here. And we hit a mansion. Okay. Nothing to use the increase area on, really. I want to keep that to be, like, it looks strictly green. I want to keep it to be strictly green. That's worth 29 points there anyways. Can we shrink a fountain here? You do fit, but not well enough. This guy's a bit too close. We could hide a shrunken fountain under here. We can. Sure. And then the terrace goes down beside all of the masons and the city centers. A mansion can go in between these two plateaus. No, that doesn't work. Here, perhaps? They can't touch the temple, really? That's wild. All right, and then the 2 sawmills. Sawmill number... Can 1 go down here? I almost don't want to desecrate this area with the sawmills. It feels wrong. The lumberjacks seem... I guess if the lumberjacks are there, the sawmills can go down too. I got, what, 1, 2 regular wall platforms and 3 green wall platforms. That's a really nice spread. I don't know if they're 50-50. It never feels like they're 50-50 to me. It's time. There's nothing left to do except for use a demolish. Maybe there's a building here for 0 points that I can demolish. Let me just hover over some things, because this guy's worth 10 in the post game. It's like this guy that's only worth 4 could be worth demolishing. This guy, the first wheat field. Yep. That's not going to be worth enough. Okay. With all of our boons used, with all of our buildings placed, we've ended the round with, I think this is only 18k in points, but we're going to make an exorbitant amount in nature interactions. And I want to know what the amount is. This is what the build has been leading up to. $10,000 points. That isn't natural. That is not natural. I mean, it is. It's like definitively, it's nature interactions, but okay. And that was a bad one. And what is that on the leaderboards currently? Halfway there, leaderboard. It's sixth, and the high score is 36. 360,000. Cliff houses into one replace for your verdures. You play around a nature interaction area. You do still have to play for guild hall inversions as well, so you're looking for level ups. It's a very interesting run. It doesn't have the same top end where you can go like not infinite, but like break the integer amount, like actually max out the number in 20 islands. But it still has the same vibe. Well, no, because you have to play all of your buildings carefully. It's not just spam down a bunch of wheat fields. I mean, if you wanted to get the world record right now, it's just spam down a bunch of verdures. Not as many as I did, and then save your duplicates for a mountain shrine. But there's really not much to it. Okay. I know that it might be like heresy to do so, but I don't like playing my final islands. It's not something that feels like cathartic to me. So, GG's. Is it not going to end? Okay, there we go. I'll be back for the high score one day. I'll see what kind of scores you guys put up. If you guys do run this one back, I want to see if there's higher numbers that get put out in the time that it takes me to rerun this challenge. I'll catch you guys around. Thanks for watching.